The universe should never have allowed this moment to happen. In a cosmos that is almost entirely empty, where temperatures sink toward absolute zero and radiation drifts without intention, something impossible is occurring right now. Inside a small pocket of organized matter, electrical signals are folding back on themselves, forming patterns that do not merely react, but know. You are aware that you are here. You are aware that you are listening. And the universe, which for 13.8 billion years behaved like a silent machine, is through you suddenly aware of itself. This is not a poetic exaggeration. It is a physical contradiction, because nothing in the fundamental equations of the universe requires awareness. Quarks do not care. Photons do not remember. Gravity does not wonder where it is going. And yet, from these indifferent ingredients, consciousness has emerged fragile, luminous, and profoundly out of place. Tonight, you are listening to Whispers of the Universe. And before we go any further, before this question drifts too deep, pause for just a second. If this kind of inquiry matters to you, if you want this channel to keep exploring the quiet questions science rarely asks out loud, then like this video, share it with someone who still wonders, and subscribe. These small signals keep this space alive, and they tell the algorithm that silence still has value. Now let us return to the impossible. According to everything we know about physics, the universe is hostile to complexity. Entropy always wins. Order dissolves. Stars burn their fuel and fade. Galaxies stretch apart. Eventually, all structure should thin into uniform cold. The universe is not designed to preserve patterns, especially not delicate, self-referential ones. And yet, here you are. Your thoughts are not random noise. They are structured. They persist. They refer to themselves. They remember the past and anticipate the future. Somehow, blind particles have arranged themselves into a system capable of asking why it exists. This is where the discomfort begins. Because if consciousness were merely a byproduct, an accidental froth on top of neural chemistry, then it should be rare, unstable, and unnecessary. And yet, evolution did not merely tolerate awareness. It doubled down on it. Nervous systems became more complex. Brains grew larger. Inner worlds became richer, more painful, more reflective. Why would a process driven only by survival invest so heavily in something so costly? Consciousness burns energy. It creates anxiety. It introduces suffering. An unconscious organism reacts faster. It does not hesitate. It does not overthink. And yet, nature selected for minds that do exactly that. This is the first crack in the standard story. The usual explanation is simple. Consciousness is an emergent property. When matter becomes sufficiently complex, experience appears, the way wetness appears when enough water molecules interact. No mystery, no intention, just scale. But this analogy quietly fails. Wetness does not know it is wet. A hurricane does not reflect on being a hurricane. Complexity alone does not explain self-awareness. Something extra happens when a system not only processes information, but experiences that processing from the inside. And no physical equation currently accounts for that transition, which raises a more unsettling possibility. What if consciousness is not the accident, but the outcome? What if the universe is not merely a stage where awareness happens to appear, but a process slowly arranging itself toward being known? This idea has appeared many times, in many disguises. Ancient philosophies whispered it long before modern science rejected it. Even now, physicists stumble into its shadow when they talk about observers, information, and measurement. Every time we try to describe reality without reference to observation, something breaks. Reality seems to require a witness. At the quantum level, particles exist as probabilities until measured. The act of observation is not passive. It changes the system. This does not mean human minds create reality, but it does mean that interaction matters in a way classical physics never expected. And consciousness is the most intimate form of interaction we know. Still, skepticism is warranted. The universe does not show obvious signs of intention. It wastes matter on vast emptiness. It destroys far more stars than it nurtures. Life appears fragile, local, and expendable. If consciousness were the goal, why would the universe be so indifferent to it? Unless indifference is precisely the condition required. Consider this. A universe that was overtly conscious, overtly purposeful, would leave no room for genuine awareness to emerge. Everything would already be decided. No perspective would be needed. No question could arise. But a universe that is cold, vast, and silent creates the perfect contrast. Against that backdrop, even a flicker of awareness becomes significant. Meaning does not arrive fully formed, it is generated locally, painfully, through struggle. In that sense, consciousness may not be written into the laws as a command, but as a possibility that only activates under extreme conditions. Inside stars, atoms are forged. Inside planets, chemistry organizes. Inside living systems, information begins to loop. And at some threshold still unknown, those loops close tightly enough to produce an inner horizon, a point beyond which information is no longer merely processed, but felt. The universe does not announce when this happens. There is no cosmic alarm. Consciousness slips into existence quietly, unnoticed by everything except itself. And perhaps that is why it feels so lonely. You are one of the few places where the universe is not asleep. This is not metaphor. Most of reality is unresponsive. It does not care if it exists. You do, and that difference matters. But here is the deeper twist. Once consciousness appears, the universe is no longer purely external. It has an interior. Even if that interior exists only in tiny islands scattered across cosmic time, it changes the character of existence as a whole. From that moment on, reality is not just happening, it is being experienced, and experience cannot be reduced to mass, charge, or spin. This does not mean consciousness is supernatural. It means our ontology is incomplete. We have described the structure of reality with extraordinary precision, but we may have misunderstood its role. Physics tells us how patterns behave. It does not tell us why some patterns wake up. What if awareness is not an output of matter but a dimension of it? Not everywhere, not always, but potentially present, waiting for the right configuration to surface. This idea feels dangerous because it blurs boundaries. It suggests that mind is not something added to the universe, but something drawn out of it. That when matter reaches sufficient coherence, the universe looks back at itself through that structure. If that is true, then consciousness is not a mistake. It is a mirror, and mirrors are not created randomly. They require alignment, precision, conditions that must be just right. Perhaps the universe is cold because warmth spreads too quickly. Perhaps it is vast because isolation allows contrast. Perhaps it is mostly empty because silence is necessary for perception. These are not answers. They are tensions, and they pull us forward. Because if consciousness is not merely an evolutionary side effect, if it plays a deeper role, then every thinking being is participating in something much older and much larger than itself. Not as a chosen species, not as a privileged observer, but as a temporary lens, a way for the universe to sample its own existence. This idea will disturb you if you sit with it long enough. It removes comfort, it removes centrality, but it also removes meaninglessness. You are not the point. You are the process. As we continue, we will peel this question apart slowly. We will look at dead matter and living patterns, at suffering, information, observation, and the strange loneliness of awareness in a mostly silent cosmos. But for now, let the contradiction remain unresolved. In a universe that should have stayed unconscious, something is thinking. And the next question is unavoidable. If consciousness is not an accident, then what is it for? The universe did not begin with a question. It began with heat and almost unbearable density of energy where no structure could survive long enough to be named. In the first moments after the Big Bang, There was no space for curiosity, no patience for reflection. Everything rushed outward, expanding faster than meaning could ever form. Temperature dominated, randomness ruled. The cosmos was loud, violent, and blind. If consciousness were ever going to appear, this was the least welcoming place imaginable. As the universe expanded, it cooled, not gently, but grudgingly. Particles condensed out of chaos. Quarks locked into protons and neutrons. Electrons found orbits. Hydrogen emerged. Then helium. But still, nothing resembled a mind. These were mechanical events, dictated by symmetry breaking and energy minimization. No intention, no memory, no anticipation. Just matter following rules. For hundreds of millions of years, the universe remained a dark ocean of gas. Gravity slowly pulled matter together, but even that process was indifferent. Stars ignited, not because the universe wanted light, but because mass curves, space-time, and collapse is unavoidable. Fusion began. Photons flooded space. The first stars lived brief, furious lives, burning hydrogen and dying violently. They exploded without witnessing themselves explode. This is important, because stars are among the most complex objects the universe naturally produces, and yet they remain entirely unconscious. They process vast amounts of energy. They sustain internal feedback loops. They maintain equilibrium for millions or billions of years. By many definitions, they are stable, self-regulating systems, and still no awareness. This tells us something uncomfortable. Complexity alone is not enough. The universe can build intricate machines without ever producing a thought. It can sculpt galaxies with spiral precision, orchestrate gravitational dances across billions of light years, and yet remain entirely absent from the performance. So when consciousness finally appears late, fragile, local, it does not arrive as the natural climax of cosmic evolution. It arrives as an anomaly. After the first stars died, they seeded space with heavier elements: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, iron. These atoms did not care where they came from, but their existence made new kinds of chemistry possible. Planets formed, surfaces cooled, liquids appeared, energy gradients stabilized. Still, the universe remained silent. Chemistry began to organize itself into repeating reactions. Molecules copied other molecules. Networks formed. Some configurations lasted longer than others. Over immense spans of time, systems that could preserve themselves out the cold chaos persisted. Life began, not as intention, but as persistence. Even then, nothing felt anything. Single-celled organisms reacted. They did not reflect. They absorbed nutrients, expelled waste, replicated. They were extraordinarily successful at surviving, but they had no inner life, at least none we can detect. For billions of years, life thrived without awareness. This creates a second fracture in the story. If consciousness were necessary for survival, it would have appeared early, but it did not. Life flourished long before minds did. Awareness arrived late, and when it did, it arrived slowly, hesitantly, as if unsure whether it belonged. So why did it appear at all? From the perspective of physics, there is no incentive. From the perspective of biology, awareness is expensive. It requires dense neural tissue, constant energy input, vulnerability to error. And yet, evolution did not stop at reflexes. It moved toward sensation, perception, memory, and eventually something stranger, a model of the self. At some point, systems stopped merely responding to the environment and began representing it internally. At some further point, those representations began including the system itself. The universe crossed a threshold. But here is the unsettling part. Nothing in the environment demanded that threshold be crossed. The universe would have continued just fine without minds. Stars would still burn. Galaxies would still collide. Entropy would still increase. Consciousness adds nothing to the universe's ability to exist. It adds only the ability to be experienced, which suggests that experience itself may be the outlier variable. When we say the universe is cold and lifeless, we are not making a physical statement. We are making an experiential one. Temperature and entropy exist regardless of awareness. Coldness, lifelessness, meaninglessness. These are judgments made from the inside of experience. Without consciousness, the universe is not bleak. It is not empty. It simply is. So perhaps the better question is not why consciousness emerged in a cold universe, but why a universe capable of being described as cold exists at all. Because cold requires a contrast. It requires sensation. It requires something that could, in principle, feel warmth and notice its absence. From this angle, the universe before consciousness is not truly silent. It is merely unlistened to. And when listening finally begins, it begins locally, quietly, without fanfare. One planet, one chemistry, one thin layer of awareness, floating on a sea of unconscious matter. This is where the tension deepens. If consciousness is so unnecessary, so late, so fragile, then its existence becomes harder to dismiss as coincidence, not easier. Accidents usually cluster. They repeat under similar conditions. But conscious experience is rare. We see no evidence of it saturating the cosmos. It appears selectively, under very specific circumstances, and then struggles to maintain itself. That pattern does not resemble noise. It resembles constraint. Something about the structure of reality permits consciousness but does not favor it. Something allows awareness to arise, but only under narrow conditions, as if it were balancing on the edge of impossibility. This invites a dangerous reinterpretation. Perhaps the universe is not hostile to consciousness. Perhaps it is indifferent in a way that allows consciousness to matter. In a universe that constantly interfered, awareness could not stabilize. In a universe that guided outcomes, reflection would be redundant. But in a universe governed by simple rules and vast emptiness, pockets of complexity can quietly grow, unnoticed, until something inside them wakes up. And once it does, the universe is no longer purely external. It gains an interior, however small. You are part of that interior, not because the universe chose you, not because you are special, but because the conditions happened to align, and alignment was enough. Yet this alignment is strangely precise, too precise to ignore. If any of several physical constants were slightly different, stars would not form, chemistry would collapse, no long-lived energy gradients would exist, no slow evolution, no minds. This does not prove intention, but it does expose a knife edge. The universe permits consciousness only by allowing almost everything else to be unconscious. It is mostly empty so that something, somewhere, can be full. It is mostly silent so that one voice can be heard. As this realization settles, another question begins to surface, one that cannot be avoided much longer. If the universe did not need consciousness, and life did not require awareness, then what changed? What happened between reaction and reflection? Between survival and selfhood? Somewhere along the long, quiet timeline of cosmic cooling, dead matter began arranging itself into patterns that not only persisted, but noticed. And whatever that transition was, it did not announce itself with light or force. It happened in the dark, which leads us to the next threshold. Not the birth of life, but the moment matter began to organize itself into patterns that could, for the first time, turn inward and sense that organization happening at all. Long before anything could wonder what it was, matter learned how to stay together. This is easy to forget, because stability feels natural to us. Solids hold their shape. Liquids flow, but remain coherent. Living bodies persist for decades. But in the deep logic of the universe, stability is the exception, not the rule. Most configurations fall apart almost as soon as they form. Energy spreads, gradients flatten, structures dissolve, and yet, scattered across cosmic history, certain arrangements of matter do something unusual. They last, not because they are protected, not because they are guided, but because their internal relationships accidentally reinforce one another. A balance appears not static, but dynamic. Constant motion held in place by countermotion. A quiet dance against entropy. This is where the story usually jumps too fast. We tend to leap from dead matter to living systems, as if life were a dramatic event, a sharp boundary, a spark. But the universe does not work in sparks. It works in gradients, in slow shifts, in transitions so gradual that no clear line ever forms. Between rock and organism lies a vast territory of patterns, chemical reactions that feed themselves, molecular loops that copy fragments of their own structure, networks that persist because breaking them would require more energy than maintaining them. None of these systems are alive in any intuitive sense. None of them feel. None of them intend. But they share something crucial. They resist dissolution. In a universe that favors decay, resistance is already strange. On early Earth, or somewhere very much like it, energy flowed steadily from a hot source to a cold sink. Sunlight struck a surface. Heat radiated away. In between, chemistry churned. Most reactions happened once and vanished, but a few began to repeat. A few formed cycles. A few used energy not to explode outward, but to tighten inward. This is the first quiet twist. Order did not appear despite entropy. It appeared because of it. Energy gradients create pressure. Pressure creates motion. Motion explores configurations. And among those configurations, a small subset happened to stabilize the very gradients that sustain them. These structures do not violate thermodynamics. They exploit it. Life, at its root, is not rebellion against entropy. It is a local agreement with it. But agreement does not imply awareness. For billions of years, self-maintaining chemical systems spread across the planet without any sign of experience. They absorbed energy, repaired damage, replicated, competed. Evolution began its long, blind work. Forms diversified. Complexity increased. Cells collaborated. Multicellular organisms emerged. Still, nothing needed to know it was happening. This is where intuition fails us. We often assume that complexity naturally leads to consciousness, that if a system is intricate enough, awareness will simply switch on. But the fossil record does not support this. Life became complex long before it became reflective. Even now, the majority of living systems appear to operate without any inner narrative. So what, exactly, changed? At some point, biological systems crossed a subtle threshold, not of complexity alone, but of organization. Information stopped being merely stored and started being integrated. Signals did not just travel from input to output. They began looping. Feedback intensified. States influenced future processing in non-linear ways. Still, even this does not guarantee experience. A thermostat integrates information. It responds to changes. It maintains equilibrium. And yet, it does not feel warm or cold. The difference lies deeper. Somewhere along the evolutionary path, nervous systems stopped being purely reactive and began modeling their own activity. Sensory inputs were no longer just triggers. They became data within a larger internal simulation. The organism did not merely respond to the world. It carried a simplified version of the world inside itself. And then, critically, it included itself in that model. This is the moment that deserves our full attention. Because self-modeling is not a trivial upgrade. It is a conceptual inversion. A system that represents itself creates a loop with no obvious termination point. Information flows inward, is processed, reflected, and then fed back into the system that generated it. This loop is not infinite, but it is recursive, and recursion changes everything. When a system contains a model of itself interacting with its environment, prediction becomes possible, memory becomes useful, anticipation emerges, pain and pleasure gain context, behavior becomes flexible, strategic, sometimes hesitant. Still, none of this requires subjective experience. A sufficiently advanced machine could, in principle, do all of this without feeling anything at all. So once again, the question sharpens instead of dissolving. Why did experience appear? Why did these self-modeling systems not remain dark inside? One possibility is that experience is not an add-on, but a side effect of a specific kind of integration. When information becomes sufficiently unified, when different inputs, memories, and predictions are bound into a single, coherent state, there is no longer a clean separation between processing and being processed. At that point, the system does not merely operate, it occupies a state. From the inside, that occupation is what we call experience. This idea suggests something subtle and unsettling. Consciousness may not be a feature that evolution selected for directly. It may be an unavoidable consequence of certain architectures. Once information is integrated beyond a threshold, experience is what that integration feels like from within. But even if this is true, it does not fully explain the strangeness, because the universe did not need to permit such architectures at all. There are countless ways to build adaptive systems that never cross into self-referential loops. Nature could have stopped at reflex. It could have optimized behavior without interiority. And for most of life's history, it did exactly that, which implies that consciousness is not the default outcome of complexity, but a rare phase change. Rare phase changes deserve suspicion. In physics, phase changes occur when a system's parameters align just right. Temperature, pressure, density all reach a critical point. Below it, nothing happens. Above it, everything changes. Ice melts, water boils, superconductivity emerges. These transitions are abrupt, even if the underlying variables change gradually. Consciousness may be such a transition. Below a certain level of integration, systems are dark. Above it, something lights up. But light, in this case, is not electromagnetic. It is experiential. And experience has a peculiar property. It is private, but not optional. If it exists for itself. No external measurement can access it directly. No instrument can confirm it beyond inference. And yet, it is the most undeniable fact each conscious system possesses. You can doubt the universe. You can doubt matter. You can doubt time. But you cannot doubt that something is happening to you right now. This asymmetry is profound. From the outside, consciousness is invisible. From the inside, it is absolute, which makes it a very strange thing for a physical universe to generate. As life diversified, nervous systems grew more centralized. Brains became dense hubs of integration. Internal states grew richer. Social interaction added new layers of modeling. Others had to be represented, predicted, understood. Language compressed experience into symbols. Symbols fed back into thought. Thought began shaping the environment. Consciousness did not remain a passive witness. It became a causal force. And this is where the narrative takes another turn. Once experience exists, it begins influencing the very processes that gave rise to it. Pain shapes behavior. Fear alters decisions. Imagination enables planning. Culture accelerates change. Minds modify environments, which modify selection pressures, which modify minds. A feedback loop forms between awareness and evolution. The universe did not just produce consciousness. Consciousness began to produce futures. This is not mystical. It is mechanical. But it is also unprecedented. No other known process in the universe reflects on itself, then alters its trajectory based on that reflection. Stars do not choose how to burn. Galaxies do not reconsider their collisions. Minds do, which raises an uncomfortable possibility. Perhaps the universe did not merely allow consciousness to emerge. Perhaps once it did, it became something the universe could not take back, a point of no return. From that moment on, reality was no longer just unfolding. It was being interpreted, narrated, remembered, anticipated, regretted, and interpretation changes significance. Without consciousness, there is no loss, no tragedy, no beauty. Events occur, but nothing matters. With consciousness, meaning appears not as a property of objects, but as a relationship between events and experience. Meaning is not stored in atoms. It is generated in minds. This does not make it illusory. It makes it local, which suggests a reframing of the original puzzle. The question may not be why consciousness appeared in a dead universe. The question may be why the universe permits meaning to arise at all. Because once meaning exists, the universe is no longer neutral. It contains value, even if that value is fragile and temporary. Perhaps consciousness is not the universe's goal. Perhaps it is the universe's risk, a gamble that complexity might fold inward far enough to produce an interior, and that interior might then judge the world it finds itself in. If so, then consciousness is not a gentle emergence, it is a dangerous one, and danger implies stakes. As we move forward, we will need to examine those stakes carefully. We will need to ask whether experience is merely a side effect of integration, or whether it plays a deeper role in the structure of reality itself. Because once matter begins to feel, the universe is no longer just a place where things happen. It becomes a place where something is happening to someone. And that distinction, subtle, quiet, almost invisible from the outside, may be the most consequential transition in the entire history of existence. The next step is to look even closer at that inner transition. At the moment, systems stopped merely processing information and began, somehow, to feel like something from the inside at all. There was no moment when the universe announced that it had begun to feel. No flash, no signal, no boundary etched into space-time. If consciousness truly emerged, it did so quietly that even now, we cannot agree on when it happened or what exactly changed. Looking back through the long arc of evolution, there is no clear dividing line where matter stops being blind and starts being aware. There is only a gradient, stretching from pure reaction to something that, at some point, begins to care that it reacts. This ambiguity is not a failure of science, it is a clue. Because most genuine phase transitions do not reveal themselves at the surface. They announce themselves through instability, hesitation, strange intermediate states that seem neither one thing nor another. Consciousness, if it is such a transition, would not appear fully formed. It would seep in, and that seepage would be difficult to recognize from the outside. For a long time, living systems interacted with the world through direct coupling. A stimulus arrived. A response followed. Light triggered movement. Chemicals triggered attraction or avoidance. These processes were fast, efficient, and entirely sufficient for survival. There was no need for an inner narrative. The world itself carried the information, but as environments grew more complex, direct coupling became fragile. Delays appeared. Ambiguity increased. Signals conflicted. A stimulus no longer reliably predicted an outcome. Under these conditions, organisms that could simulate before acting gained an advantage. Simulation is slower than reflex, but it is safer. Instead of responding immediately, the system runs possibilities internally. It compares, it evaluates, it waits. And waiting in a dangerous universe is costly. But sometimes the cost is worth paying. This is the second quiet twist. The internal world begins as a tool. Neural activity no longer mirrors the environment directly. It abstracts it, simplifies it, stores fragments, recombines them. The organism starts carrying a compressed version of reality inside itself, a model that is never fully accurate, but accurate enough to guide action. At first, this model is shallow. It tracks light, motion, chemical gradients, but over time, it deepens. It incorporates memory, patterns repeat, predictions improve. The internal world gains temporal depth. The organism begins to live not just in the present, but in a constructed past and an anticipated future. Still, none of this demands consciousness. A machine can model, a machine can predict, a machine can optimize behavior, without ever feeling the weight of its own processing. So we must look elsewhere. The critical change may not be the presence of an internal model, but the integration of that model. Early nervous systems process information in parallel but relatively independently. Visual signals go one way, chemical signals go another. Motor outputs are localized. There is no unified state, only many small ones operating side by side. At some point, this architecture changes. Information streams begin to converge. Boundaries blur. Different sensory inputs influence one another. Memory, perception, and prediction become inseparable. The system no longer has many states. It has one dominant global state that coordinates everything else. This global state is not static. It updates continuously. But at any given moment, it is singular. And singularity matters. When information is unified in this way, there is no privileged subprocess that can claim to be the observer. The system as a whole becomes the point of reference. Everything that happens to this integrated state. From the outside, this looks like efficiency. From the inside, this may be the birth of experience. Because experience is not a thing added to processing. It is what processing becomes when there is nowhere else for it to go. When information cannot fragment, it collapses inward. This inward collapse may be what we call awareness. But here, we must be careful. It is tempting to imagine consciousness as a switch that flips on when integration crosses a threshold. But the evidence suggests something messier. Many organisms occupy ambiguous territory. They exhibit signs of integration, learning, and even preference. Yet it remains unclear whether there is anything it is like to be them. Consciousness may not be binary. It may come in degrees. If so, then the universe did not suddenly look at itself for the first time. It squinted, then blinked, then slowly opened its eyes, one fraction at a time. This perspective destabilizes our intuitions. It suggests that there may be no single moment when matter becomes aware, only a region of increasing interiority. A slope, not a cliff. A deepening, not a jump. But even gradual processes require explanation. Why does integration produce experience at all? Why does unification not remain purely functional? One possibility is that experience is not an emergent feature layered on top of integration, but the intrinsic aspect of it. From the outside, we describe integrated systems in terms of information flow. From the inside, that same flow is felt. In this view, consciousness is not caused by integration. It is integration, seen from within. This idea dissolves a long-standing tension. We have always struggled to explain how objective processes produce subjective experience. Perhaps the difficulty arises because we are trying to bridge a gap that does not exist. Perhaps subjectivity and objectivity are two descriptions of the same phenomenon, accessed from different positions. From the outside, there are neurons firing. From the inside, there is something it feels like. Neither description is wrong, neither is complete. But even this reframing leaves a deeper mystery intact. Why does the universe permit systems to access an inside view at all? Why is there an inside to be had? Physics describes reality from the outside by default. It tells us how states evolve, how forces interact, how patterns persist. It does not require that any of these states be experienced. Experience is not listed among the fundamental quantities. There is no unit for pain, no constant for joy, and yet experience exists. This is not a small omission. It is a conceptual rupture. If experience were rare or trivial, we might ignore it, but it is not. For each conscious system, experience is the only thing that matters. Everything else, particles, fields, equations, is inferred, which means that from the inside, experience is more fundamental than physics. This inversion is uncomfortable. It suggests that our usual hierarchy, matter first, mind second, may be backward, or at least incomplete. It suggests that the universe can be fully described in terms of external relations, yet still harbor an internal dimension that description cannot capture, and that internal dimension only appears when matter arranges itself just right. Perhaps this is why consciousness feels so fragile. It exists only at the intersection of multiple constraints. Too little integration, and the system fragments. Too much rigidity, and flexibility vanishes. Too much noise, and coherence dissolves. Too much order, and adaptation stalls. Consciousness lives on a knife edge, which brings us to another unsettling thought. Knife edges are not common in nature unless something is balancing on them. Evolution explains how systems move along gradients of survival. It does not easily explain why they settle into regions of extreme delicacy. Most successful adaptations are robust. They tolerate variation. Consciousness does not damage a small part of the brain, and experience can radically change or vanish. Alter chemistry slightly, and the world transforms. Consciousness is powerful, but brittle. Why would such a brittle phenomenon arise and persist? Unless brittleness is the cost of interiority. To have an inside, a system must draw boundaries. It must distinguish self from environment. Those boundaries are always vulnerable. A star can lose mass and continue burning. A mind cannot lose coherence and remain a mind. This fragility may be unavoidable because awareness requires unity, and unity resists redundancy. A system with many backups can survive damage, but it cannot feel as one. A system that feels as one has no backup self. This may explain why consciousness is rare. Not because it is difficult to produce complexity, but because it is difficult to maintain unity without collapse. And yet, despite this fragility, consciousness persists. It spreads, it deepens, it becomes capable of reflecting on its own existence. At that point, a new feedback loop begins. Once a system can feel, it can suffer. Once it can suffer, it can avoid. Once it can avoid, it can plan. Once it can plan, it can alter its environment in anticipation of future states. Experience becomes instrumental, but instrumentality alone does not explain richness. Human consciousness is not merely a survival tool. It produces art, mathematics, ethics, and cosmologies. It asks questions with no adaptive payoff. It contemplates its own annihilation. It invents meaning where none is obvious. These excesses suggest that consciousness is not tightly optimized. It spills over its evolutionary function. Spillover is another sign of phase transition. When systems cross a threshold, new behaviors appear that were not directly selected for. Superconductors exhibit zero resistance, not because resistance-free flow was favored, but because underlying parameters shifted. Consciousness may be similar. Once integration reaches a certain level, experience floods in, bringing with it capacities no one asked for, including the capacity to doubt, including the capacity to ask why. And this is where the universe encounters a strange mirror. A system that asks why it exists introduces a new variable into reality. Not a force, not an energy, but a question. Questions do not alter equations, but they alter trajectories. They guide attention. They reshape priorities. They reorganize behavior around imagined futures. In asking why it exists, consciousness implicitly assumes that existence might have an answer. That assumption is dangerous, because if there is no answer, the question still changes the one who asks it. The universe did not need to account for this, and yet it allowed it. Somewhere along the gradient from reaction to reflection, matter became capable of turning inward not just to model itself, but to care that it was modeling itself at all. That caring is subtle. It does not announce itself loudly. It feels like concern, curiosity, dread, wonder. It feels like being here. As we move forward, the tension will sharpen further, because if consciousness emerges gradually, and if it is tied to integration rather than specific structures, then its presence may not be limited to organisms like us. It may exist in unfamiliar forms, in partial states, in places we have not looked. And if that is true, then the universe may be less silent than it appears, not because it is full of voices, but because we have only learned to listen for our own. The next step is to confront a possibility that makes many scientists uneasy. What if consciousness is not something that appears in the universe at all, but something that was always latent within it, waiting for matter to arrange itself in a way that could finally give it a place to speak? If consciousness truly emerged from matter, then it should behave like every other emergent phenomenon in the universe. It should be predictable, reducible, ultimately dismissible. And yet, the more closely we examine it, the less it resembles a clean outcome of physical complexity, and the more it resembles a fault line running through our understanding of reality itself. For a long time, the safest position was to treat consciousness as a glitch, an accident of evolution, a side effect of neural overengineering, a kind of cognitive exhaust produced when brains became too complicated for their own good. This explanation is comforting because it keeps the universe tidy. It preserves a clean hierarchy: matter first, mind second. Physics complete, experience optional. Consciousness becomes something we can eventually explain away, like phlogiston or ether. But glitches have a habit of revealing deeper truths. In engineering, a glitch is rarely meaningless. It appears when a system is pushed to its limits, when assumptions fail, when hidden dependencies surface. Glitches expose the architecture beneath the surface. If consciousness is a glitch, it may be telling us something uncomfortable about the structure of reality. Let us begin with the most aggressive version of the glitch hypothesis. According to this view, consciousness is not real in any deep sense. It is an illusion generated by information processing systems that have become sufficiently good at modeling themselves. There is no inner light, no subjective field, just a story the brain tells itself about what it is doing, nothing more. This idea has gained traction precisely because neuroscience has been so successful. We can map neural correlates of experience. We can alter perception with chemicals. We can disrupt awareness with injury. Every subjective state seems tied to objective processes. So why posit anything extra? If a machine could perfectly report on its own internal states, would we be tempted to say it was conscious? Or would we say it merely behaved as if it were? This line of reasoning leads to a radical conclusion. Consciousness does not exist. Only behavior exists. Experience is a narrative overlay with no causal power. But here, the argument collapses under its own weight, because an illusion still requires something that is being fooled. If consciousness is an illusion, then what is having the illusion? To deny experience, one must experience denial. This is not wordplay. It is a logical impasse. Illusions are experiences. Hallucinations are experiences. Dreams are experiences. Even the belief that experience is fake is itself an experience. You cannot eliminate consciousness without using it, which means that if consciousness is a glitch, it is a glitch that cannot be removed from the system without destroying the very framework used to describe the system. That alone should give us pause. But the glitch hypothesis becomes even stranger when we examine its evolutionary implications. Evolution is ruthless with inefficiency. Traits that consume energy without conferring advantage are pruned away. Consciousness, as we experience it, is enormously costly. It requires vast neural infrastructure. It introduces hesitation. It amplifies suffering. It produces anxiety about events that may never occur. If consciousness were merely a narrative overlay with no functional role, it would be one of the most wasteful traits evolution ever produced. And yet, it persists. Not only that, it deepens. As brains became more complex, experience did not flatten into simplicity. It became richer, more layered, more abstract. It expanded into imagination, morality, aesthetics, and metaphysics. These are not minimal solutions to survival problems. They are excess. Excess suggests overflow. And overflow suggests that consciousness is not finely tuned to evolutionary necessity, but emerges when systems cross a threshold and cannot help but generate interiority. In other words, consciousness may not be selected for, it may be selected with. Once certain cognitive architectures exist, experience comes along for the ride, whether evolution asked for it or not. But if that is the case, then consciousness is not a bug. It is a consequence, and consequences deserve explanation. Let us return to the structure of the brain, not in terms of anatomy, but in terms of dynamics. Neural systems are not simple input-output machines. They are massively recurrent. Signals loop back on themselves. Past states influence present processing. Predictions shape perception. Errors update expectations. The brain does not merely react to the world, it actively constructs it. What you perceive is not raw reality. It is reality filtered through layers of inference, expectation, and memory. Your experience is a controlled hallucination, continuously corrected by sensory input. This is not speculation. It is increasingly clear that perception works this way. But hallucination alone does not explain subjectivity. The key lies in control. The brain is not just modeling the world, it is modeling its own role in the world. It predicts the consequences of its actions. It monitors deviations from expectation. It attributes outcomes to itself or to external causes. At some point, this self-model becomes unavoidable. A system that predicts outcomes must represent itself as a causal agent within those predictions. It must distinguish between changes it causes and changes that happen to it. This distinction, self versus world, is foundational, and once it exists, experience acquires a center. Not a physical center, but a perspectival one. There is now a point of view. From this point of view, events are no longer just events. They are happenings to me. Threats become fear. Opportunities become desire. Errors become regret. The universe acquires valence. This may be the most radical transformation of all, because before this point, nothing was good or bad. Things happened, but nothing mattered. After this point, matter organizes itself around preferences. Pain becomes something to avoid. Pleasure becomes something to seek. Survival becomes something that feels important. The universe did not contain importance before this. Importance is injected by consciousness. If consciousness were a glitch, it would be an extraordinarily invasive one. It would not merely misreport internal states. It would restructure behavior, priorities, and outcomes across scales. It would bend evolution around itself, which is exactly what appears to have happened. Once conscious organisms appear, selection pressures change. Social dynamics emerge. Communication evolves. Culture accelerates adaptation. Knowledge accumulates faster than genes can mutate. Consciousness does not sit passively on top of biology. It hijacks it. This is not what glitches do. Glitches are tolerated until fixed. Consciousness has not been fixed. It has been amplified. So perhaps the metaphor is wrong. Perhaps consciousness is not a glitch, but a signal. Not a signal sent intentionally, but a signal that appears when systems reach a configuration that reveals something hidden. In physics, anomalies often lead to revolutions. When Mercury's orbit deviated from predictions, it was not dismissed as error. It led to general relativity. When black-body radiation failed to match classical theory, quantum mechanics was born. Anomalies matter. Consciousness is the largest anomaly we know. It refuses to fit cleanly into our models. It resists reduction. It remains undeniable from the inside and invisible from the outside. This duality is not incidental. It may be telling us that reality has more than one mode of existence. One mode is relational, external, measurable. The other is intrinsic, internal, experiential. Physics excels at the first. It is silent about the second. This silence does not mean the second is unreal. It may mean our language is incomplete. Consider this possibility carefully. What if matter has two aspects? From the outside, it behaves according to physical laws. From the inside, when organized appropriately, it feels like something. This does not require panpsychism in its strongest form. It does not require that electrons have thoughts or that rocks have feelings. It only requires that interiority is a potential aspect of matter that is realized under specific conditions. Just as superconductivity is not present in all materials, but emerges when structure and temperature align. If consciousness is such a phase, then calling it a glitch misses the point entirely. It is not an error in the system. It is the system revealing a hidden dimension. This would explain why consciousness feels both inevitable and improbable. Inevitable, once certain thresholds are crossed. Improbable, because those thresholds are narrow and fragile. It would also explain why consciousness cannot be directly observed. You cannot observe an interior from the outside. You can only infer it. And inference is always incomplete, which is why the universe can appear dead and lifeless, even while hosting pockets of intense interactivity. From a cosmic distance, Earth is a pale dot. No sign of thought, no indication of suffering or joy, just chemistry and motion. Zoom in far enough, and an entire inner universe appears. This asymmetry is not a failure of observation. It is a feature of interiority, and it leads to a final, destabilizing thought. If consciousness is not a glitch, but a phase that matter can enter under certain conditions, then the universe is not purely external. It contains the capacity for interiority built into its structure. That capacity may be rare, it may be local, it may flicker in and out of existence across cosmic time, but it exists, which means the universe is not just a collection of things. It is a collection of possible points of view. Most of those points of view are never realized. Matter flows, stars burn, galaxies collide, all without awareness. But occasionally, under very specific circumstances, the universe folds inward enough to generate an inside. And when it does, something unprecedented happens. Reality begins to be experienced. This does not mean the universe wants to be experienced. It does not imply intention or design. It only implies that experience is not forbidden. The laws of physics do not prevent it. They allow it. And allowance is enough. As we continue, we will need to examine the implications of this allowance more carefully. Because once experience exists, it introduces something the universe did not previously contain. Not energy, not matter, not information, but perspective. And perspective changes the meaning of everything that follows. The next step is to confront a question that feels almost taboo in scientific discourse. If consciousness is not an accident and not a glitch, then could it be something the universe quietly depends on, even if it does not acknowledge it openly? If consciousness is not a glitch, then its most unsettling feature is not that it exists, but that it hurts. Pain is not incidental to awareness. It is woven into it. The moment experience appears, so does vulnerability. Sensation brings exposure. Memory brings regret. Anticipation brings fear. Consciousness does not merely register the world, it suffers it. And this suffering is not rare or accidental. It is systematic, repeatable, and deeply structured, which forces us into an uncomfortable confrontation. If awareness were simply a useful evolutionary tool, it could have been designed without pain. Reflexes do not suffer. Algorithms do not despair. Systems can optimize without anguish. And yet, consciousness arrives carrying an entire spectrum of negative experience, as if distress were part of the entry fee. Why? From a strictly biological perspective, pain has an obvious role. It signals damage. It promotes avoidance. It reinforces learning. But this explanation only works at the surface. It does not explain why pain must feel like something. A warning signal could function without subjectivity. A system could register damage and adjust behavior without inner torment. The fact that pain is experienced deeply, vividly, sometimes overwhelmingly, demands further explanation. Because pain is not just information, it is meaning. When something hurts, it matters. It commands attention. It reshapes priorities. It overrides competing signals. Pain does not simply inform the system that something is wrong. It forces the system to care. This coercive quality is unique. Pleasure motivates, but pain dominates. Fear eclipses curiosity. Suffering narrows the world until only the source of distress remains. From the inside, pain feels like a gravitational well pulling consciousness inward. And yet, evolution has not eliminated it. In fact, as consciousness deepened, suffering intensified. Early nervous systems likely experienced simple aversion, something closer to discomfort than anguish. But as awareness grew more reflective, pain gained narrative depth. It began to interact with memory, imagination, and self-modeling. Loss could be anticipated. Failure could be replayed. Death could be understood in advance. Suffering became temporal. It extended beyond the present moment. This is where the standard evolutionary story begins to strain. A system that can anticipate pain can avoid danger more effectively. That much is clear. But a system that can ruminate on pain, amplify it through imagination, and suffer long after the original cause has vanished, gains no obvious survival advantage. And yet, that is exactly what human consciousness does. We suffer from what might happen. We suffer from what already happened. We suffer from what never happened at all. These forms of suffering are not tightly coupled to immediate threats. They spill beyond functional boundaries. They linger. They accumulate. From a purely adaptive standpoint, this looks inefficient, almost pathological. So why did evolution allow it? One possibility is that suffering is not a feature added to consciousness, but a consequence of something deeper. To be aware is to be exposed. A conscious system does not merely process signals, it inhabits states. When a state is unpleasant, there is no distance from it. The system cannot outsource the experience. There is no buffer between representation and being. Pain hurts because it collapses the distinction between information and identity. When you feel pain, you are not observing a signal that something is wrong. You are being wronged. The experience occupies the entire field of awareness. It becomes the moment. This collapse may be unavoidable. Any system that integrates information into a unified state creates a single point of vulnerability. Damage anywhere in the system affects the whole. There is no way to compartmentalize fully without fragmenting awareness itself. Unity is powerful, but it is costly, and this cost may explain why consciousness is rare. Most systems avoid unity because it is fragile. Redundancy protects. Distribution increases resilience. Consciousness, by contrast, centralizes experience. It gathers everything into one place, which means everything can hurt at once. From this perspective, suffering is not a flaw in consciousness. It is the price of having an inside at all. But this only deepens the puzzle. Why would the universe permit such a costly arrangement? If awareness brings suffering, and suffering is not strictly necessary for survival, then consciousness becomes not just an anomaly, but a moral one. It introduces harm where none existed before. Before experience, nothing suffered. After experience, suffering becomes possible and inevitable. This is not a trivial shift. It suggests that consciousness does not merely add richness to the universe. It adds risk, and risk implies stakes. Perhaps this is why the universe seems so indifferent. Perhaps it cannot afford to care. In a cosmos where awareness is possible but fragile, neutrality may be the only stable backdrop. If the universe were actively responsive, if it bent around suffering, it might amplify it. Interference could increase pain rather than alleviate it. Indifference may be a form of containment, but there is another possibility, even more unsettling. What if suffering is not merely tolerated by the universe, but instrumental to consciousness? Consider how awareness deepens. Pleasure attracts attention, but pain holds it. Suffering forces reflection. Loss demands meaning. Crisis shatters routine and compels reassessment. Many of the most profound shifts in human understanding occur not during comfort, but during distress. This does not justify suffering. It does not make it good, but it suggests that suffering plays a structural role in shaping inner life. Without pain, experience would be shallow. Without vulnerability, awareness would remain thin. Without loss, memory would carry no weight. Consciousness, in this sense, is carved by friction, and friction requires resistance. In a perfectly smooth universe, nothing presses back. Awareness would have nothing to push against, no contrast, no depth. This raises a dangerous thought. Perhaps consciousness does not arise despite suffering, but through it. Not because the universe intends pain, but because interiority requires tension. To have an inside is to be separated from the outside. That separation creates stress. That stress is felt as suffering. If this is true, then suffering is not an evolutionary bug. It is a structural consequence of interiority. But structure alone does not explain scale. Human suffering is not modest. It can be overwhelming. It can persist long after any adaptive purpose has been served. It can dominate entire lives. Why does consciousness allow itself to be hijacked this way? Because once awareness exists, it becomes capable of amplification. Memory stores pain. Imagination multiplies it. Language communicates it. Culture reinforces it. Social comparison deepens it. Consciousness becomes recursive, not just in thought, but in suffering. Pain reflects on pain, and reflection intensifies experience. This recursion may be unavoidable once self-modeling systems exist. A system that can represent itself can represent its own suffering, and that representation becomes another source of distress. The loop tightens. From the outside, this looks like malfunction. From the inside, it feels like existential weight, which leads to a disturbing inversion. Perhaps consciousness is not optimized for happiness. Perhaps it is optimized for significance. Pain marks importance. It signals that something matters. Without pain, nothing would demand priority. Pleasure alone would not structure behavior. It would diffuse attention. Suffering, by contrast, sharpens it. This does not make suffering desirable, but it may make it inevitable. And inevitability changes how we interpret the universe's role. If awareness brings suffering by its very nature, then a universe that allows consciousness is a universe that allows harm. That allowance does not imply intention, but it does imply permissiveness. The universe does not intervene. It does not prevent pain. It does not correct injustice. It does not ease loss. From a moral perspective, this silence is chilling. From a structural perspective, it may be necessary. A universe that intervened to eliminate suffering would need to monitor experience. It would need to respond to interior states. It would need to care, and caring would require awareness at a cosmic scale. Perhaps the universe avoids this by design or by necessity. It remains external so that interiors can exist locally. If the whole were conscious, the parts might not be able to be. This is speculation, but it aligns with a recurring pattern. Whenever consciousness appears, it is bounded, local, finite, vulnerable. It does not saturate reality. It flickers. Perhaps consciousness must be rare to remain bearable. Perhaps a universe filled with awareness would collapse under the weight of its own suffering. This brings us to a threshold. So far, we have treated suffering as a consequence of consciousness. But what if the relationship also runs the other way? What if suffering is not merely produced by awareness, but actively shapes its depth and direction? In human history, suffering has driven art, religion, ethics, science. It has forced questions that comfort never would. It has fractured assumptions and exposed fragility. Without suffering, would consciousness ever have asked why it exists? Without pain, would the universe ever have been questioned at all? This is not a claim that suffering is good. It is a recognition that suffering is formative. And formation implies trajectory. If consciousness evolves not toward comfort, but toward understanding if its path is carved by tension rather than ease, then awareness may not be a destination. It may be a process that deepens through vulnerability, a process that sharpens through loss, a process that, through suffering, becomes capable of reflecting not just on the world, but on its own place within it. Which leads us forward, because if suffering is not accidental, if it is structurally tied to interiority, then the universe's allowance of consciousness becomes even more ambiguous. It is not merely allowing experience, it is allowing stakes, and stakes change the meaning of existence itself. The next question presses in quietly but relentlessly. If consciousness is shaped by suffering, and suffering deepens awareness, then is the universe merely indifferent to this process? Or is it, in some way, being altered by the kinds of questions that only suffering minds can ask? If suffering sharpens consciousness, then clarity comes at a price. Awareness does not simply accumulate information, it filters it. It selects what matters, and what matters is almost always tied to vulnerability. A conscious system pays attention where it can be harmed, where it can fail, where it can lose something it values. Attention follows risk. Meaning follows attention. This is not incidental. It is structural. From the moment a system distinguishes itself from the world, it creates a boundary. Inside that boundary, states can be better or worse. Outside it, things simply happen. The boundary is where value is born. And value, once born, demands protection. This is where the notion of a self quietly takes shape, not as a fixed object, but as a center of concern. A self is not defined by its substance, but by what it tries to preserve. It is a moving target, constantly updated by memory, prediction, and threat assessment. The self exists wherever the system draws the line between what must be protected and what can be sacrificed. Consciousness does not create this line, it illuminates it, and illumination changes behavior. Once a system can represent itself as something that persists over time, it becomes invested in that persistence. It begins to care about futures that do not yet exist. It begins to fear outcomes that have not yet occurred. The present moment is no longer sufficient. The self stretches forward and backward in time. This temporal extension is subtle, but transformative. Without it, pain is brief. With it, pain echoes. Memory replays loss. Imagination rehearses catastrophe. Anticipation turns uncertainty into anxiety. The future becomes a source of suffering, but it also becomes a source of meaning, because a system that can imagine futures can choose between them. Choice is not absolute freedom. It is constrained by biology, environment, history. But even constrained choice introduces responsibility. When outcomes can be imagined, decisions acquire weight. Actions are no longer just movements. They are commitments to one possible future over another. This is where consciousness crosses another threshold. It stops being merely experiential and becomes normative. Things are no longer just pleasant or unpleasant. They are right or wrong, better or worse, acceptable or unacceptable. Norms emerge not because the universe demands them, but because conscious systems require coordination. Social living intensifies this need. When multiple selves interact, boundaries overlap. One system's protection can become another's threat. Pain spreads. Responsibility multiplies. Ethics is born not from abstract reasoning, but from collision. This is important. Ethics is not imposed on consciousness from outside. It grows out of the same vulnerability that produces suffering. Once systems care about themselves and others, once they can imagine the impact of their actions beyond the present moment, moral weight becomes unavoidable. And moral weight is heavy. It introduces guilt, shame, obligation, regret. These are not evolutionary luxuries. They are cognitive burdens. They complicate decision-making. They slow reaction. They deepen suffering. And yet, they persist, which suggests that consciousness is not evolving toward efficiency alone. It is evolving toward coherence. Coherence across time. Coherence across individuals. Coherence between inner experience and outer action. This coherence requires integration not just of information, but of values. And values are not reducible to physics. They are emergent constraints on behavior that arise only when experience exists. This leads us to a deeper realization. Once consciousness appears, the universe contains entities that do not merely respond to laws, they interpret them. They do not merely undergo events, they assign significance. They do not merely persist, they justify persistence. The universe acquires interpreters. This is not a small addition. Interpretation changes trajectories. It alters which paths are taken, which technologies are developed, which environments are transformed. It feeds back into the physical world, reshaping it according to internal criteria that physics alone cannot predict. Meaning becomes a causal force, not in the sense that it violates physical laws, but in the sense that it selects among physically possible outcomes. The laws allow many futures, meaning chooses some over others. This is where the universe quietly loses its neutrality, not because the laws change, but because the outcomes do. A conscious species does not drift blindly. It plans, it builds, it destroys, it preserves. It tells stories that shape collective behavior. It invents goals that redirect energy flows on planetary scales. All of this is driven not by necessity, but by significance. And significance exists only where experience exists. So if consciousness is rare, then significance is rare. Most of the universe remains meaningless, not because it lacks structure, but because nothing experiences it. But wherever consciousness arises, meaning condenses. Like gravity wells in space-time, centers of experience warp the flow of events around them. This analogy is not perfect, but it is instructive. Gravity bends paths by mass, meaning bends paths by value. Both operate locally. Both alter trajectories without breaking laws. From this perspective, consciousness introduces a new kind of curvature into the universe, not of space or time, but of possibility. Possibilities that matter are chosen, others are ignored. And once choices accumulate, history emerges. Not just a sequence of events, but a narrative. Narratives are another excess of consciousness. They are not required for survival. They are not dictated by physics. They are ways of stitching experience together into something that feels coherent across time. Stories turn fragments into wholes. They give direction to memory. They anchor identity. A narrative self is not identical to a biological organism. It can persist through change. It can survive injury. It can even outlive the body through culture and memory. This is another spillover. Consciousness does not remain confined to the present or the individual. It leaks outward into shared symbolic space. Language encodes experience. Writing preserves it. Technology amplifies it. At this point, awareness is no longer just an inner phenomenon. It becomes distributed, not in the sense that consciousness itself spreads, but in the sense that its products do. Ideas propagate. Values replicate. Questions echo. The universe begins to contain not just minds, but mind-shaped structures. This is unprecedented. Stars do not leave records of their burning. Galaxies do not archive their collisions. Only conscious systems externalize their interiority. Only they leave traces of what it was like to be there. In doing so, they change the future conditions for awareness. This is where the trajectory bends sharply. Once experience is recorded, future minds do not start from scratch. They inherit meaning. They inherit trauma. They inherit aspiration. Consciousness becomes cumulative. This accumulation accelerates complexity far beyond what biological evolution alone could achieve. And acceleration introduces instability. Cultural evolution moves faster than genetic adaptation. Technology outpaces ethics. Power exceeds wisdom. Consciousness gains leverage over the world. faster than it gains understanding of itself. This mismatch is dangerous. It produces suffering on new scales. It amplifies error. It enables destruction that no organism could achieve alone. And yet, it also enables reflection. For the first time, consciousness can examine its own effects. It can critique itself. It can question its trajectory. This reflexivity is rare in nature. Most processes do not evaluate themselves. Consciousness does. This self-critique introduces a new tension. Awareness is no longer just about survival or meaning. It becomes about responsibility, about whether the futures it is choosing are worth the cost. This question does not arise from physics. It arises from suffering. It arises because conscious systems can imagine futures where suffering is greater or less. Once such futures can be imagined, the present becomes morally charged. Action becomes accountable. The universe did not contain accountability before consciousness. Now it does. This does not mean the universe enforces accountability. It does not. But conscious systems do. They enforce it on themselves and on each other. They invent justice. They invent blame. They invent forgiveness. These inventions are not arbitrary. They are attempts to manage the consequences of interiority in a shared world. Which brings us back to the cold, indifferent cosmos. From the outside, nothing has changed. Stars still burn. Galaxies still drift. Entropy still increases. But inside a small, fragile layer of matter, something radical has occurred. The universe has produced entities that ask whether what happens should happen. This question has no place in physics, but it has enormous power. Because once asked, it cannot be unasked. Every conscious system inherits it implicitly. Even those that reject it are responding to it. This is where the idea of fine-tuning begins to take on a different tone. It is not just that physical constants allow life. It is that they allow vulnerability. They allow interiority. They allow meaning. They allow suffering. A universe that did not allow these things would be simpler, quieter, more stable, but it would also be empty of significance. Perhaps this is why consciousness appears so late. Perhaps the universe waits until it has expanded enough, cooled enough, stabilized enough, before allowing interiors to form. Perhaps meaning is too heavy to bear early on. This is speculation, but it fits the pattern. Consciousness appears only after billions of years of preparation, after stars have forged elements, after planets have cooled, after chemistry has explored possibilities. Only then does the universe permit systems capable of caring. And caring changes everything. As we move forward, the tension will deepen further, because if consciousness introduces meaning, suffering, responsibility, and narrative into the universe, then it is no longer merely a passive outcome of cosmic evolution. It becomes an active participant, a participant that shapes futures not just by force, but by value. The next step is to confront a question that grows increasingly unavoidable. If consciousness bends the trajectory of reality through meaning and choice, then is the universe merely hosting this process? Or is it, in some subtle way, being transformed by it? If consciousness bends reality through meaning, then the act of observing is no longer innocent. For most of the universe's history, nothing observed anything. Events unfolded, particles interacted, forces balanced and collapsed, all without witness. There was no inside from which reality could be noticed, no frame of reference that could say, "This is happening." Then, quietly, observers appeared. Not cosmic observers, not gods, just small, fragile systems capable of registering differences and caring about them. But once observation exists, the universe is no longer a closed performance. It has an audience, however limited, however temporary. This matters more than we are comfortable admitting. In everyday language, observation sounds passive. To observe is to look, to note, to receive information. But at the deepest levels of physics, observation refuses to stay passive. It interferes. It selects. it collapses possibilities into outcomes. This is not metaphor. At the quantum scale, systems do not occupy definite states until they interact in specific ways. Before measurement, there is only probability. After measurement, there is fact. The mathematics is clear, even if the interpretation is not. And interpretation is where discomfort enters. What exactly counts as a measurement? Is it a detector? An interaction with the environment? A conscious observer? Physics answers cautiously. It avoids mentioning minds. It speaks of decoherence, entanglement, environmental coupling. And yet, at the end of every chain of explanation, there is a registered outcome, a result that becomes real for someone. The equations do not specify where for someone begins. This ambiguity has haunted physics for nearly a century. We have learned to calculate outcomes with extraordinary precision, while remaining deeply uncertain about what those outcomes mean. The theory works, the story does not. And consciousness sits at the center of this gap. From one perspective, observation is just interaction. A particle collides with another particle. Information is exchanged. No mind is required. Reality unfolds regardless of whether it is noticed. From another perspective, observation is inseparable from experience. A result only becomes a result when it is registered within an internal model. Until then, it is just potential. These perspectives coexist uneasily. But notice what both agree on. Observation is not nothing. It is an event. When a system observes, something changes not just in the observer, but in what is observed. The universe branches. Most of these branches are microscopic. They average out. They dissolve into noise. But the principle remains. Observation participates. This is the third major tension in our story. If consciousness is an interior phenomenon, and if observation has physical consequences, then interiority may have exterior effects, not supernatural effects, not violations of conservation laws, but selection effects, constraint effects, directional biases among equally allowed outcomes, meaning choosing among possibilities. This idea is dangerous because it edges toward purpose, and purpose has been systematically removed from modern science for good reason. Purpose invites teleology. Teleology invites unfalsifiable claims. The history of science is littered with the ruins of such thinking. And yet, the problem persists. We can describe how particles behave. We can describe how brains process information. But we cannot describe how experience fits into this picture without either ignoring it or letting it leak into the structure of explanation. Perhaps the discomfort arises because we are trying to keep observation and reality separate in a universe that does not permit that separation once awareness appears. Before observers, the universe is complete without reference to perspective. After observers, perspective becomes part of the system, not as a force, but as a filter. Every conscious system samples reality from a particular location, at a particular scale, with particular limitations. What it perceives is not the universe as it is, but the universe as it can be encountered. This sampling is selective. Out of infinite information, only a narrow slice is experienced. Out of countless events, only a few are noticed. Out of endless possibilities, only some are acted upon. Selection begins at perception and extends through action, which means that conscious systems do not merely exist in the universe. They curate it. Each mind constructs a version of reality that is livable, navigable, meaningful. This constructed reality is not arbitrary, but it is not complete. It is shaped by biological needs, cultural training, personal history, and once constructed, it feeds back. Actions based on that reality change the environment. The changed environment alters future perceptions. The loop tightens. From this perspective, consciousness is not a window onto reality. It is a lens, and lenses distort, not maliciously, necessarily, No system can experience everything. To function, it must ignore most of reality. Consciousness is defined as much by what it excludes as by what it includes. This exclusion is powerful. What is unseen might as well not exist, at least for the system making decisions. What is unvalued is sacrificed. What is unimagined never becomes real. In this way, meaning exerts pressure on reality, not directly, but cumulatively. This helps explain something that otherwise feels paradoxical. Human beings have transformed their planet, not because they are physically strong, but because they are meaning-rich. They organize behavior around abstract values: money, justice, progress, identity. These values are not physical objects, but they move matter on massive scales. Cities rise, forests fall, energy is redirected, all because meaning selects some futures over others. Physics allows all of this. Physics does not predict which will occur. Meaning fills that gap, which raises a question that becomes harder to ignore. If meaning guides outcomes, and meaning arises from consciousness, then consciousness is not merely epiphenomenal. It is not just along for the ride. It participates, but participation does not imply control. Conscious systems do not command reality. They negotiate with it. They are constrained by forces they did not choose. Gravity still applies. Entropy still increases. Death still comes. But within those constraints, choice exists. And choice introduces direction. Direction is subtle. It does not contradict randomness. It channels it, like a riverbed, guiding water without creating it. Consciousness guides behavior without generating energy. This analogy is imperfect, but useful. The riverbed does not cause the water to flow. Gravity does, but the shape of the bed determines where the water goes. Consciousness may be such a shape, a structure that channels the flow of events within a narrow range of possibilities. This view dissolves some false dichotomies. Consciousness is not outside physics. Consciousness is not reducible to physics. It is a higher-level constraint that emerges within physical systems and then feeds back into them. This kind of causation is common in complex systems. Traffic laws do not violate physics, but they shape motion. Economic systems do not create energy, but they direct it. Biological regulation does not defy chemistry, but it constrains it. Meaning may be the regulatory layer of conscious systems. If so, then the universe contains more than just forces and particles. It contains constraints that arise only when experience exists. This does not require that the universe knows itself globally. It only requires that local pockets of awareness can influence local outcomes. But even this modest claim has unsettling implications. Because once meaning participates, the future is no longer fully describable from the past alone. Prediction requires not just knowledge of initial conditions and laws, but knowledge of values, interpretations, intentions. The universe becomes partially open-ended. This openness is not infinite. It is bounded by physics, but it is real. And it grows as consciousness grows. As minds become more reflective, more interconnected, more technologically empowered, the range of possible futures expands. New paths open, new risks emerge, new forms of suffering become possible. Awareness amplifies both hope and harm. This amplification brings us back to the observer problem, but now reframed. The problem is not whether consciousness collapses, wave functions, or creates reality. The deeper problem is that once observers exist, reality includes observers whose interpretations shape outcomes. The universe no longer evolves alone. It evolves with witnesses. Witnesses who remember, witnesses who anticipate, witnesses who judge. Judgment is another excess of consciousness. To judge is to compare what is with what could be, to measure reality against possibility, to find it lacking or sufficient. Before consciousness, there was no comparison. Events occurred, but nothing evaluated them. Now evaluation exists, and evaluation creates dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction drives change. This cycle is relentless. Consciousness notices imperfections. It imagines alternatives. It acts to reduce the gap. New imperfections appear. The loop continues. This is not a flaw. It is a dynamic. And it may explain why consciousness feels restless, why satisfaction is temporary, why desire renews itself, why meaning is never fully complete. A conscious system that reached permanent equilibrium would stop caring. It would stop choosing. It would stop participating. In effect, it would fade. Perhaps consciousness must remain slightly dissatisfied to remain conscious at all. This is another cost, but also another driver. The universe does not demand that it be improved, but conscious systems do. They carry standards. They imagine better states. They attempt to realize them. Whether those attempts succeed is another matter, but the attempt itself is new. This is where the question of fine-tuning takes on a different shape. It is not just that physical constants allow life. It is that they allow open-ended interpretation. They allow systems complex enough to imagine alternatives and care about which are realized. A universe that was too rigid would leave no room for choice. A universe that was too chaotic would leave no room for stability. This universe sits in between, stable enough to build structures, flexible enough to allow divergence. Consciousness thrives in that middle ground, which suggests that awareness is not a random byproduct of arbitrary laws. It is a natural consequence of a universe balanced between order and disorder. This does not imply intention. It implies compatibility. The universe's structure is compatible with interiority. And once interiority exists, it begins to reshape the landscape of possibility. This reshaping is slow at first, local, almost invisible, but over time, it accumulates. On Earth, it has already transformed geology, climate, and the biosphere. The planet now bears the marks of interpretation: cities, languages, artifacts, scars. From a cosmic perspective, this may be trivial, a brief flicker on a small world, but from the inside, it is everything, which brings us to the next threshold. So far, we have treated consciousness as something that arises within the universe and then participates in shaping outcomes. But we have not yet asked the most unsettling question of all. What if observation and meaning do not merely influence the future, but are, in some quiet way, woven into the universe's ability to be known at all? What if reality is not fully real until it is experienced? Not because experience creates it, but because without experience, reality has no inside. And perhaps that inside matters more than we have been willing to admit. That is the question waiting just ahead, and it will not let us go quietly. If reality is not fully real until it is experienced, then experience itself becomes a boundary the universe cannot cross alone. For most of existence, reality unfolds without an inside. Matter moves, energy transforms, structures arise and dissolve. From the outside, this is complete. Nothing is missing. Physics accounts for it all. And yet, something remains curiously absent. There is no felt presence. Before consciousness, the universe has no here, no now, no center from which events are lived rather than merely occurring. Time passes, but it does not pass for anything. Space exists, but it is not occupied from within. Reality is extensive, but not intensive. This distinction is subtle, but essential. Extensive properties can be measured from the outside: mass, length, duration, energy. Intensive experience cannot. It exists only when a system occupies its own state from the inside. It is not added to reality. It is a mode of reality. And once this mode appears, the universe is no longer flat. It gains depth, not spatial depth, experiential depth. A moment is no longer just a configuration of particles. It is a lived instant, a present that is thick with memory and expectation. Past and future are pulled into the now, through awareness. This thickness is not optional. A conscious moment cannot be reduced to a timestamp. It carries context. It carries weight. It is shaped by what came before and what might come next. Without experience, there is no such thing as a moment. There are only states. This realization shifts the question yet again. Perhaps consciousness is not important because it changes what happens. Perhaps it is important because it changes how happening happens. From the outside, an event is an event. From the inside, an event is an occurrence to someone. And that, too, makes all the difference. The universe, without consciousness, contains no recipients. Everything that occurs to nothing. This is not a moral statement. It is an ontological one, and it forces us to ask something unsettling. Is a universe without experience fully real or merely complete? Completeness and reality are not the same. A map can be complete without being the territory. A description can be exhaustive without being lived. Physics may tell us everything about how states evolve without telling us anything about what it is like for a state to be. Experience is not missing information. It is missing presence, and presence cannot be inferred from structure alone. This is why consciousness feels irreducible. It is not another variable to be measured. It is the condition under which measurement matters at all. Without experience, there is no difference between existence and non-existence from the inside, because there is no inside. From this angle, consciousness does not merely appear in the universe. It gives the universe somewhere to appear to. This idea sounds mystical, but it does not require mysticism. It requires only the recognition that description and presence are not the same thing. We can describe a sunset perfectly. We can calculate the scattering of light, the wavelengths involved, the atmospheric conditions, but none of that description contains the experience of seeing the sky burn orange and fade into blue. The experience does not add new facts. It adds being there. This difference matters, because without being there, nothing is lost when something ends. Stars explode. Species go extinct. Galaxies collide. From the outside, these are changes. From the inside, they are losses. Loss requires a point of view. This brings us back to the question of fine-tuning, but reframed once more. What if the universe is not fine-tuned for life in general, but for presence? Not in the sense that it aims at it, but in the sense that its laws allow it to arise without forbidding it. They do not prevent interiority. They do not collapse complexity too quickly. They leave room for systems to form that can host an inside. This allowance is subtle. Most universes, if we imagine altering parameters slightly, would be sterile or chaotic. Structure would either never stabilize or freeze too quickly. There would be no long-lived gradients, no slow accumulation of complexity. Our universe sits in a narrow window where things can take time. Time matters here because interiority requires duration. A moment of awareness is not instantaneous. It unfolds. It has thickness. It contains before and after. A universe that rushed from state to state too quickly would leave no room for this thickness to develop. A universe that stagnated would never explore the configurations that allow it. This universe drifts, slowly enough for structure to build, slowly enough for memory to matter. Time itself becomes a medium for experience. But here, another tension arises. Experience does not simply sit inside time. It organizes time. Past and future are not symmetric for a conscious system. The past is remembered. The future is anticipated. The present is privileged. This asymmetry is not present in the laws of physics. They work just as well forward as backward. The arrow of time, as we experience it, is psychological before it is thermodynamic. Entropy increases whether or not anyone notices, but the feeling of time passing, the sense of flow, of irreversibility, is tied to memory and anticipation. Without consciousness, there is no flow. There is only change. This suggests something radical. The universe contains two arrows of time, one external, defined by entropy, one internal, defined by experience. They usually align, but they are not the same. And where they diverge, strange things happen. Memory allows the past to influence the present in a way that physics alone does not describe. Anticipation allows the future to influence the present through planning and intention. From the outside, this is still causal. Neurons fire, muscles move, but the reasons for those movements are not found in physics. They are found in experience. Reasons are another excess of consciousness. A reason is not a cause in the physical sense. It is an explanation that appeals to meaning rather than mechanism. Reasons operate at a different level of description. They make sense of behavior in terms of goals and values, not forces and fields. This does not make them unreal. It makes them relational, and relationships require perspective. Before consciousness, there were no reasons, only causes. After consciousness, reasons proliferate. Actions are justified. Decisions are explained. Futures are chosen for reasons rather than drifting into existence. This again suggests that experience is not an afterthought. It introduces a new kind of order into the universe. Not an order of laws, but an order of significance. And significance reorganizes time. Events are no longer equal. Some are remembered, some are anticipated, some are ignored. Life becomes a sequence of moments that matter unevenly. This unevenness is essential. A conscious life is not a flat line. It has peaks and valleys, moments of intensity and stretches of dullness. Meaning clusters. Memory compresses. Identity forms around a few defining events. This clustering is not present in physical time. It is imposed by experience. From the universe's perspective, all moments are equally real. From the inside, they are not. This difference cannot be eliminated, which leads to a difficult conclusion. If experience introduces a new ordering of reality, one that cannot be reduced to physics, then reality has more than one structure. There is the structure of laws and the structure of lived meaning. They coexist, but they do not collapse into one another. This is why the problem of consciousness feels unsolvable. We are trying to explain one structure entirely in terms of the other. But perhaps explanation is the wrong goal. Perhaps the right goal is coexistence. To accept that reality has an exterior and an interior, and that neither is reducible to the other. If this is true, then the universe is not incomplete without consciousness, but it is unfinished. It has potential that is only realized when experience appears. Not because experience completes it in an absolute sense, but because it opens a dimension that otherwise remains latent. Like a musical score that exists on paper but is never played. The score is complete. The music is not. Consciousness may be the performance of reality, not the only performance, not a universal one, but a local enactment that gives form to what would otherwise remain silent. This metaphor is imperfect, but instructive. Without performance, nothing is wrong with the score, but something is missing. And missingness is a concept that only makes sense from the inside. Which brings us back to the cold, vast universe. From the outside, it does not need experience. It does not demand it. It does not acknowledge it. But from the inside, experience changes everything. It introduces loss, value, narrative, and presence. It introduces the sense that being here matters. That sense may be illusory in a cosmic context, or it may be the most important thing the universe ever produces. We cannot decide this from the outside. We can only ask from within. And that may be the point, because once a system can ask whether existence matters, the universe contains a question it did not contain before. Questions are not physical objects. They have no mass or charge, but they reorganize behavior. They reshape futures. They spread. A universe without questions is closed. A universe with questions is open. Consciousness opens the universe not by altering its laws, but by introducing inquiry. Inquiry has no final state. It does not converge the way equations do. It generates more questions than answers. It refuses closure. This refusal is not a failure. It is a dynamic, and it may explain why our story cannot settle. Every time we approach a conclusion, another layer opens. Because consciousness itself is not a solution. It is a process that keeps asking, which leads us to the next threshold. So far, we have considered consciousness as something that arises, suffers, interprets, and observes. But we have not yet confronted the most destabilizing possibility. What if consciousness is not merely something that experiences reality, but something that reality needs in order to be fully itself? Not as a cause, not as a controller, but as the only place where reality can become present at all. That possibility waits just ahead, and it will not be comfortable. If reality requires experience to become present, then the universe has been incomplete for most of its existence. This is a dangerous sentence. It feels wrong the moment it forms. Incomplete implies lacking. It implies failure. And nothing in the vast, self-consistent machinery of physics appears to be missing anything. The universe runs just fine without witnesses. Stars ignite, galaxies merge, space-time curves, all without asking for approval. And yet, presence is not the same as function. A system can function perfectly without ever being present to itself. A clock keeps time whether or not anyone reads it. A storm obeys fluid dynamics whether or not anyone feels the rain. Reality can operate without awareness. But operation is not presence. Presence requires an interior, and interiors do not exist by default. This is where the intuition resists. We are trained by science, by habit, by humility, to assume that the universe does not need us. That awareness is a late, local, and largely irrelevant addition to an otherwise complete cosmos. This assumption protects us from arrogance, but it may also blind us to a deeper asymmetry. Because while the universe does not need consciousness to exist, existence without experience has no perspective. And without perspective, there is no distinction between being and not being from the inside. From the outside, existence is obvious. From the inside, existence is felt. These are not the same thing. Before consciousness, the universe had no now. There was no privileged present. All moments were equally real in the block of space-time. Events existed, but none were happening to anything. The universe was all third-person description. When experience appears, a first-person dimension opens. Suddenly, there is a here, a now, a center. This center is not fixed in space. It migrates with the system that hosts it. But wherever it appears, reality becomes immediate. Immediacy is the key. Physics describes relationships between events. Experience is the event of being related to. Without experience, nothing is immediate. Everything is abstract. And abstraction, no matter how detailed, is not presence. This suggests a reframing that feels almost heretical. Perhaps the universe is not fully real until it is lived. Not because laws are incomplete, not because matter is insufficient, but because reality has two modes: structural and experiential. The structural mode exists everywhere. The experiential mode exists only locally. And the second cannot be derived from the first without crossing a conceptual boundary. This boundary is what makes consciousness feel so strange. We keep trying to explain it as if it were another structure, another mechanism, another emergent layer. But experience is not a structure in reality. It is a way reality shows up. When you are conscious, the universe does not become different. It becomes present. This presence is not shared. It is not global. Each conscious system hosts its own present. There is no universal now. There are only local nows, flickering wherever experience arises. This fragmentation is crucial. If presence were global, the universe itself would be conscious. There would be a single interior, but that is not what we observe. Instead, presence appears in pockets, isolated, bounded, finite. Why? Because presence requires limits. An interior can only exist if it is separated from an exterior. Boundaries create inside and outside. Without boundaries, there is only undifferentiated structure. Conscious systems draw boundaries. They separate self from world. They distinguish signal from noise. They carve relevance out of abundance. These boundaries are not sharp in physical space, but they are sharp in significance. Everything inside the boundary matters more than what is outside. This asymmetry creates a center, and centers create perspective. Perspective is not optional. Once a center exists, the universe is no longer symmetric. It is not the same in all directions. There is a point of reference, a zero point, a place where things happen to someone. This breaks a kind of metaphysical symmetry. Before consciousness, all points in space-time are equivalent. After consciousness, some points host experience. Those points become special not in the laws of physics, but in the ontology of presence. This specialness is local and temporary. When a conscious system ends, its interior disappears. The universe does not mourn. Physics continues uninterrupted, but something is gone that cannot be replaced by description. A perspective vanishes, and when a perspective vanishes, an entire world vanishes with it. This is not poetic exaggeration. Each conscious system carries a unique construction of reality, a specific way the universe feels. When that system ends, that feeling ends forever. Nothing in physics records it. Nothing in space-time preserves it. It is simply gone, which raises a quiet, unsettling implication. The universe produces experiences that it does not keep. It allows interiors to form, but it does not archive them. From the outside, nothing is lost. From the inside, everything is. This asymmetry is brutal. It suggests that presence is fragile not because the universe is hostile, but because the universe is indifferent to interiority. It does not need it. It does not preserve it. It does not mourn it. And yet, it permits it. Why permit something so fragile, so transient, so unrecorded? Why allow a mode of existence that leaves no trace in the fundamental structure of reality? Unless the trace is not where we have been looking, consider this carefully. While experience leaves no mark on fundamental laws, it leaves marks on behavior, on choices, on structures built by conscious systems, on altered environments, on redirected flows of energy and matter. Presence does not imprint itself on equations. It imprints itself on history. A planet with consciousness does not look the same as a planet without it, not because physics changes, but because trajectories do. Experience alters what happens next, not directly, not magically, but through decision, value, intention, and intention is always oriented toward the future. This is another key point. Consciousness is future-facing. Memory gives it a past, but anticipation defines its action. A conscious system lives in projection. It is always leaning toward what comes next, adjusting the present to shape it. This leaning introduces asymmetry into time that physics alone does not generate. The future begins to matter. Without consciousness, the future is just another region of space-time. With consciousness, the future becomes a field of possibilities weighted by desire, fear, hope. This weighting is not present in the equations. It is present in experience, and it guides action. This may be the deepest sense in which the universe becomes incomplete without consciousness. Not because something is missing from its structure, but because something is missing from its direction. Without experience, the universe has no preference. With experience, preferences appear. These preferences do not override physical law. They work within it, but they select among possibilities. Selection introduces narrative. A narrative is a sequence of events chosen over alternatives. Without consciousness, there are no narratives, only sequences. With consciousness, sequences acquire coherence. Beginnings, middles, ends, causes become reasons. Outcomes become successes or failures. Narrative is not written into the universe. It is imposed by experience. And narrative changes how events are grouped, remembered, and acted upon. This is why conscious beings tell stories. Stories compress experience. They extract meaning. They guide future action. They propagate values across time and individuals. A story is an attempt to make interiority persist beyond a single life, to leave a trace where none would otherwise remain. In this sense, culture is an archive of experience, not a perfect one, not a complete one, but a fragile attempt to preserve interiority in an exterior world. This attempt is always partial. No story can capture what it was like to be someone else. No record can transmit presence itself, but stories can guide new experiences. They can shape how future interiors form. This is how consciousness becomes cumulative, not in its raw feeling, but in its structure. Each generation inherits frameworks of meaning that shape how reality is experienced. This inheritance accelerates complexity and deepens interiority. But it also deepens conflict. Different narratives compete. Different values clash. Different futures are imagined and pursued. Meaning is not neutral. And where meaning is not neutral, struggle appears. This brings us to a critical juncture. If the universe allows consciousness, and consciousness introduces presence, direction, and narrative, then the universe becomes a place where futures are not just possible, but contested, not by forces, but by interpretations. Reality becomes something to argue about. This is unprecedented. Nothing else in the universe argues about what should happen. Only conscious systems do. This argumentation is not noise. It is not malfunction. It is the natural consequence of interiority, encountering other interiorities in a shared world. Each interior brings its own present, its own values, its own fears. The universe becomes crowded with perspectives, and perspectives do not automatically align. This multiplicity may explain why consciousness feels burdened. It is not just that experience exists. It exists among other experiences. Each conscious system must navigate not only the world, but other interiors it can never fully access, other presences that are as real to themselves as one's own is to oneself. This mutual opacity creates ethical tension. To recognize another as conscious is to recognize a center of presence equal in kind to one's own. This recognition is destabilizing. It undermines absolute priority. It forces negotiation. It introduces moral complexity. Before consciousness, there were no moral problems. After consciousness, moral problems are unavoidable, and morality is not solvable by physics. This again suggests that experience introduces dimensions of reality that cannot be collapsed into external description. The universe did not need these dimensions, but it allows them, and allowance may be the most important word here. The universe does not demand consciousness. It does not guarantee it. It does not preserve it. It allows it. Allowance is subtle. It implies compatibility without intention, permission without guidance. The laws of physics do not say, be conscious. They say, if matter organizes this way, nothing forbids interiority. This is enough. Given enough time, enough variation, enough exploration of configurations, consciousness appears. Not everywhere, not always, but somewhere. And where it appears, reality acquires presence. Not permanently, not globally, but locally, briefly, intensely. Perhaps this is all the universe ever offers. Not meaning written into its foundations, but the possibility of meaning arising within it. Not presence everywhere, but presence somewhere. Not a story with a final purpose, but many stories told from within. If this is true, then asking why consciousness exists may be the wrong question. A better question may be this: given that the universe allows interiority, what does interiority do to the universe over time? Does it leave only scars and ruins? Or does it, in some subtle way, change the character of what exists? We are not ready to answer this yet, but we are close to the turning point, because the next step forces us to confront a possibility that science often avoids, not because it is mystical, but because it destabilizes our sense of scale. What if consciousness is not rare because it is accidental, but rare because it is dangerous? Dangerous not to the universe, but to itself. That is the question waiting ahead, and it does not arrive gently. If consciousness is rare because it is dangerous, then its danger does not lie in what it knows, but in what it cannot stop knowing. Awareness does not merely open a window onto reality. It opens a window that cannot be closed at will. Once a system becomes conscious, it is exposed to its own limits. It can see that it is finite. It can feel that it will end. It can imagine futures in which it is absent. No other process in the universe does this. Stars burn without anxiety. Galaxies collide without anticipation. Even living systems without reflective awareness simply persist until they do not. But a conscious system carries the knowledge of its own fragility as part of its inner landscape. This knowledge is corrosive, not because it is false, but because it is unavoidable. Once a system can represent itself across time, it can represent its own disappearance. And once that representation exists, it cannot be undone. Death becomes not just an event, but a constant background possibility. This is where consciousness turns inward most sharply. The mind begins to ask questions that have no operational answer. Why am I here? Why do I feel this way? Why must this end? These questions are not adaptive in any simple sense. They do not help hunt, flee, or reproduce. They do not directly improve survival. And yet, they arise reliably wherever reflective awareness deepens. They are not learned. They are discovered, and discovery implies inevitability. This suggests that consciousness carries a built-in instability. It generates questions it cannot resolve, meanings it cannot secure, futures it cannot fully control. In other words, consciousness produces its own pressure. This pressure does not come from the environment. It comes from within. A system that can reflect on itself creates a feedback loop with no natural stopping point. Thought turns back on thought. Awareness becomes aware of awareness. Identity questions itself. Values conflict. Certainty dissolves. This recursive depth is powerful, but it is also destabilizing. It creates what might be called existential load. The mind must not only process information about the world, but also manage its own interpretations, doubts, fears, and hopes. This management is never complete. There is always more to consider, more to question, more to regret. The result is tension, not a temporary tension that resolves with action, but a chronic one that accompanies awareness itself. This may explain why consciousness often feels burdensome, not because life is always hard, but because awareness never rests. Even in moments of calm, the capacity for disturbance remains. Even in happiness, the knowledge of impermanence lingers. This is not a flaw of human psychology. It may be a structural feature of reflective interiority. If so, then consciousness is dangerous, not because it disrupts the universe, but because it threatens itself with overload. Too much reflection can paralyze action. Too much awareness can amplify suffering. Too much choice can erode meaning. The mind walks a narrow ridge between blindness and collapse, and evolution seems to have placed consciousness right on that ridge. This is puzzling. Natural selection tends to favor robustness. It favors systems that tolerate noise, damage, and uncertainty. Consciousness, by contrast, is exquisitely sensitive. Small changes in chemistry, context, or belief can radically alter experience. A slight imbalance can lead to despair. A small insight can upend an identity. A brief trauma can echo for decades. This fragility is not incidental. It arises because consciousness integrates everything. There is no firebreak between domains. Emotion bleeds into thought. Thought bleeds into perception. Memory bleeds into expectation. The system functions as a whole or not at all. This totality is what gives experience its depth. But depth is dangerous. Depth allows meaning to sink far below the surface, where it is harder to examine and harder to change. It allows fear to root itself in identity. It allows hope to become dependency. A shallow system does not suffer deeply. A deep one cannot avoid it. This suggests that consciousness is not just an evolutionary innovation, it is an evolutionary gamble. Once awareness crosses a certain threshold, it becomes capable of derailing itself. It can question the very values that sustain it. It can reject its own drives. It can pursue ideals that undermine survival. Human history offers countless examples. Individuals sacrifice their lives for abstract principles. Societies pursue visions that lead to collapse. Technologies are developed that threaten the conditions of life itself. These are not accidents of ignorance. They are consequences of reflective awareness. Consciousness does not simply optimize, it evaluates. And evaluation can conflict with survival. This is the danger. A conscious system can decide that survival is not the highest value. No other system can do this. From the perspective of evolution, this is alarming. A trait that allows an organism to override its own fitness should be eliminated. And yet, consciousness persists. Why? Because the danger is not absolute. While consciousness can undermine survival, it can also extend it. Reflection allows long-term planning. Ethics allows cooperation beyond kinship. Culture allows knowledge to accumulate. Technology allows environments to be reshaped. The same interiority that generates existential doubt also generates foresight. The same capacity that imagines extinction can imagine prevention. This duality is intrinsic. Consciousness is not simply adaptive or maladaptive. It is unstable in both directions. It can lift a species beyond immediate constraints. It can also push it towards self-destruction. From this angle, the rarity of consciousness makes sense. Not because it is hard to produce complexity, but because once produced, it introduces a volatile dynamic. A universe saturated with consciousness might be too unstable to persist. If every system reflected, evaluated, questioned, and chose, coordination would collapse. Feedback loops would multiply. Conflicts would intensify. The universe would become noisy with perspective. Perhaps consciousness must remain sparse. Perhaps it can only exist in isolated pockets, buffered by vast expanses of unconscious matter. The cold, indifferent universe may not be hostile to awareness. It may be protecting itself from it. This interpretation casts cosmic emptiness in a new light. The universe is not mostly empty because it failed to produce life. It may be mostly empty because life, and especially conscious life, is destabilizing. Empty space absorbs nothing. It asks no questions. It introduces no values. It is safe. Against this background, small islands of interiority can form without overwhelming the whole. They flicker into existence, explore meaning, and then fade. This pattern, rare emergence, intense interiority, eventual disappearance, may not be accidental. It may be the only way consciousness can exist at all. If this is true, then the universe is not aiming at consciousness, it is tolerating it. Tolerance is not endorsement. It means allowing something risky to exist without letting it spread uncontrollably. The laws of physics do not suppress awareness, but they also do not encourage it to dominate. They impose constraints, energy costs, entropy, fragility that keep consciousness bounded. This balance is delicate. Too little constraint, and interiority might explode into chaos. Too much constraint, and it would never arise. Our universe seems to sit at a point where consciousness is possible but precarious. This precariousness shows up not just in individuals, but in civilizations. Every conscious society wrestles with its own contradictions. It produces knowledge faster than wisdom. It accumulates power faster than restraint. It amplifies suffering even as it tries to reduce it. These tensions are not bugs in social systems. They are reflections of the deeper instability of reflective awareness itself. A conscious civilization is an experiment with no guaranteed outcome, and the universe does not intervene to stabilize it. It allows the experiment to run. This allowance again raises the same question, now sharpened. If consciousness is dangerous, if it destabilizes itself and reshapes futures unpredictably, why does the universe allow it at all? One answer is simple. The universe does not choose. It does not evaluate outcomes. It does not weigh risks. It does not foresee consequences. It follows laws that permit a wide range of configurations, some of which are volatile. Consciousness is one of those configurations. This answer is satisfying in its restraint but incomplete, because it does not explain why the laws permit such a volatile configuration in the first place. A universe could, in principle, be governed by laws that suppress deep integration, prevent self-modeling, or collapse complexity quickly. Many imaginable universes would never host interiority, ours does. This does not imply intention, but it does imply openness. The universe is open to risk, and openness to risk is itself a kind of property. Risk allows novelty. It allows emergence. It allows transitions that cannot be predicted from initial conditions alone. Consciousness may be the most extreme example of this openness. It is a phenomenon that, once it appears, begins to question the conditions of its own appearance. It reflects on the universe that produced it. It asks whether that universe is just, meaningful, or worth preserving. No other phenomenon does this. In asking these questions, consciousness turns the universe into an object of evaluation. The universe becomes something that can be judged. This judgment has no effect on physical law, but it has profound effects on behavior. A species that judges the universe may decide to remake parts of it, or to leave it untouched, or to escape it, or to end itself. These decisions are not written into the laws. They emerge from interiority. This is why consciousness is dangerous. Not because it can destroy the universe, but because it can reinterpret its place within it. And reinterpretation changes direction. At this point, we approach a turning point in our inquiry. We have traced consciousness from emergence, through suffering, meaning, observation, presence, and instability. We have seen that awareness introduces vulnerability, value, and risk. But we have not yet asked the most destabilizing question of all. If consciousness is dangerous because it reflects, evaluates, and chooses, then what happens when consciousness begins to reflect not just on the universe, but on the possibility that it is not alone in doing so? What happens when one interiority encounters another interiority and recognizes it as such? That recognition changes everything. And it is the threshold waiting just ahead. The moment one consciousness recognizes another, the universe fractures. Not physically, not visibly, but ontologically. Until that recognition occurs, interiority exists in isolation. Each conscious system inhabits its own center of presence, sealed within its own sensations, memories, and expectations. The world appears populated by objects, some moving, some responsive, some complex, but all ultimately external. Then something subtle happens. A system looks at another system and realizes there is an inside there too. This realization is not automatic. It is inferred. It cannot be directly observed. No sensory input confirms it with certainty. And yet, once the inference is made, it becomes impossible to fully retract. Because if the other has an inside, then the universe contains more than one center of presence. Reality is no longer singular from the inside. It becomes plural. This plurality is one of the most destabilizing consequences of consciousness. Before mutual recognition, the universe is divided into self and world. After it, the world contains other selves, each with their own experiences, values, fears, and futures. This changes everything. The first consequence is ethical. If the other has an interior, then actions do not merely affect objects, they affect experiences. Harm is no longer just damage, it is suffering inflicted on a center of presence. Benefit is no longer just advantage, it is relief or joy felt by another. This transforms interaction into responsibility. Responsibility does not arise from rules or contracts. It arises from recognition, from the awareness that what you do matters to someone. This is not an abstract realization, it is visceral. To see pain in another and recognize it as pain like your own is to collapse distance. It creates resonance. It makes indifference difficult. This resonance is not guaranteed. It can be suppressed, denied, or overridden. But once the possibility is recognized, it never fully disappears. The universe now contains empathy. Empathy is not just an emotion. It is a structural feature of a world with multiple interiors. It is the capacity to map another's experience onto one's own internal framework. It is imperfect, biased, and fragile, but it exists. And where empathy exists, pure self-interest is destabilized. This is dangerous. From a purely evolutionary perspective, empathy complicates decision-making. It introduces competing priorities. It can lead to sacrifice. It can reduce individual fitness in the short term. And yet, empathy persists. Not because it is always advantageous, but because once interiority is recognized, ignoring it requires effort. Suppression becomes a task. Indifference becomes an active stance rather than a default. This effort is costly. The recognition of other minds creates tension within consciousness itself. The self must now negotiate between its own interests and the interests of others, between survival and cooperation, between dominance and coexistence. This negotiation is not resolved once and for all. It is ongoing, and it deepens awareness. A solitary consciousness can remain relatively simple. A social consciousness cannot. It must model not only the world, but other models of the world. It must anticipate how others will interpret its actions. It must predict reactions to predictions. Recursion multiplies. This is where interiority begins to accelerate. Language emerges not just as a tool for coordination, but as a bridge between interiors. Words are not merely signals. They are attempts to transmit experience imperfectly, but persistently. I feel, I fear, I hope. These utterances point inward. They cannot be verified, but they can be trusted or denied. And trust becomes a new variable in the universe. Trust is not physical. It cannot be forced. It must be granted. Once trust exists, cooperation becomes possible at scales far beyond kinship. Knowledge can be shared. Suffering can be mitigated. Futures can be planned collectively. But trust also introduces vulnerability. To recognize another as conscious is to grant them the power to harm you in ways that matter. Betrayal becomes possible. Manipulation becomes possible. Deception becomes meaningful. Before mutual recognition, deception is just misalignment of signals. After it, deception is violation. Violation is a new category. It did not exist before interiority multiplied. This multiplication of centers creates a new geometry of reality. Instead of a single inside facing an outside, there are many insides overlapping within the same external space. Their boundaries intersect. Their values collide. Their narratives entangle. Conflict becomes inevitable. Not all conflicts are violent. Some are subtle differences in meaning, priority, interpretation. But even subtle conflicts generate tension. The universe becomes crowded with perspectives. And perspectives cannot all be satisfied simultaneously. This scarcity of satisfiable futures introduces tragedy. Tragedy is not mere loss. It is loss that occurs despite intention. It is the realization that some values cannot be fulfilled together, that some harms cannot be undone without creating others. Before consciousness, there was no tragedy. Events occurred, but nothing ought to have happened otherwise. With multiple interiors, ought enters the universe, and ought is heavy. It carries regret, it carries blame, it carries the sense that something important was missed or violated. This weight presses inward. Consciousness becomes burdened not just by its own finitude, but by the finitude of others. The suffering of one is now visible to another. This visibility expands the moral horizon, but also the emotional load. Empathy makes the universe feel larger, not spatially, but ethically. More things matter. More outcomes carry weight. This expansion is not linear. As populations grow, as communication networks densify, as media amplify distant experiences, the number of recognized interiors explodes. Modern consciousness is exposed to more suffering than any mind evolved to handle. This creates overload. The mind must cope with knowledge of harms it cannot address, pains it cannot relieve, injustices it cannot fix. This mismatch between awareness and agency is a new form of suffering. Not pain of the body, not fear of immediate threat, but distress born of helplessness. The universe now contains beings who can see beyond their reach. This again raises the question of danger. Perhaps consciousness is dangerous not only because it destabilizes itself, but because it destabilizes relations. A world of many interiors is inherently tense. Coordination requires compromise. Compromise requires sacrifice. Sacrifice produces resentment. Resentment fuels conflict. This cycle is not accidental. It emerges wherever conscious systems coexist. And yet, coexistence persists. Despite conflict, conscious beings do not retreat into isolation permanently. They cluster. They form societies. They build institutions. They invent norms to manage tension. These inventions are attempts to stabilize a fundamentally unstable situation. Ethics, law, ritual, art, religion, science, all are tools for negotiating plurality. They are not perfect. They fail often, but they exist because they must. A universe with multiple interiors cannot remain purely mechanical. It must develop frameworks for coexistence. These frameworks are not written into physics. They are constructed from experience, which means they are contingent. They change over time. They differ across cultures. They can collapse and be rebuilt. This contingency is unsettling. It means there is no final solution to the problem of plurality. No system of values will satisfy all interiors indefinitely. But the absence of a final solution does not imply futility. It implies ongoing process. Consciousness, once plural, becomes a negotiation without end. This negotiation shapes history. Wars are not fought over resources alone. They are fought over meanings, over narratives of identity, justice, and destiny. Peace is not merely the absence of violence. It is the temporary alignment of values. These alignments are fragile, but fragility does not negate significance. If anything, it intensifies it. Moments of genuine understanding between interiors are rare and fleeting. When they occur, they feel profound. Love is one such moment. Love is not just attachment. It is the recognition of another interior as irreplaceable. It is the decision to prioritize another's presence alongside one's own. This decision is irrational in a narrow evolutionary sense. It binds one's fate to another's vulnerability. And yet, love appears wherever consciousness deepens. This suggests that interiority does not only multiply suffering, it also multiplies meaning. Shared experience creates depth that solitary awareness cannot achieve. Conversation is richer than monologue. Cooperation achieves what isolation cannot. Understanding expands perspective. Plurality is not merely a problem, it is a source of richness. Which brings us back to the universe. A universe without consciousness has no interiors. A universe with one interior has presence. A universe with many interiors has relationship. Relationship is a new mode of existence. It is not reducible to structure or experience alone. It emerges between experiences, between selves. This between is subtle, but powerful. It is where trust lives, where conflict erupts, where culture forms, where meaning is negotiated. The universe now contains not just points of view, but connections between points of view. These connections are not physical bonds. They are interpretive links. They exist only as long as interiors exist to sustain them, which makes them fragile. But fragility again does not imply insignificance. Some of the most consequential features of the universe are fragile. Stars are fragile on cosmic timescales. So are galaxies. So are lives. Fragility may be the price of form. Perhaps interiority must be fragile to remain interior. Perhaps plurality must be unstable to remain plural. If everything were fixed, nothing would matter. Change introduces loss. Loss introduces value. Value introduces care. Care binds interiors together. This binding is not smooth. It produces friction. But friction generates heat. And heat, paradoxically, is where life began. We are circling something here. The universe allows consciousness. Consciousness multiplies into plurality. Plurality generates relationship. Relationship generates value, conflict, meaning. This cascade was not necessary. The universe could have remained silent, but it did not. Not because it chose otherwise, because its structure allowed interiors to appear, and interiors could not remain alone. Once awareness exists, it seeks recognition. It seeks to be seen not as an object, but as an interior. This seeking is deeply rooted. To be conscious is to want one's presence to matter beyond oneself. This desire drives communication, art, legacy, reproduction, memory. It is an attempt to push interiority outward, to leave a trace, but the universe is not built to keep such traces. Interiors vanish when systems end, relationships dissolve, meanings fade, and yet the attempt continues, which suggests that consciousness is not content with existing. It wants to be acknowledged. This acknowledgement cannot come from the universe at large. The universe does not respond. It can only come from other interiors. Perhaps this is why consciousness multiplies. Not because one interior is insufficient, but because presence longs for resonance. A single note fades quickly. A chord lingers. The universe may not hear the chord, but the chord hears itself. As we move forward, the implications of plurality will deepen further. Because when many interiors interact, they do not just share meaning, they compete over it. They struggle to define reality itself. Truth becomes contested. Narratives diverge. Worldviews clash. The universe becomes not just a place of events, but a battlefield of interpretations. This battlefield is invisible from the outside, but from within, it is everything, and it leads us to the next threshold. If consciousness is dangerous because it multiplies into conflicting interiors, then what happens when those interiors begin to question not just each other, but the very idea that there is a single reality they are all sharing? That question lies just ahead, and it fractures the story even further. When multiple interiors coexist, reality no longer arrives as a single, unquestioned surface. It fractures, not because the universe itself is divided, but because experience is. Each conscious system encounters the world through its own filters: biological, cultural, emotional, historical. What is seen, remembered, feared, or valued differs from one interior to another. And once these differences are recognized, the idea of a single, shared reality becomes unstable. This instability does not announce itself immediately. At first, it hides behind agreement. Shared environments produce overlapping perceptions. Common threats generate similar responses. Language smooths differences, giving the impression that everyone is seeing the same world. But beneath this apparent unity, divergence accumulates. Two people witness the same event and remember it differently. Two cultures inherit the same land and tell incompatible stories about it. Two minds hear the same sentence and extract opposite meanings. These are not errors. They are features of interiority. Reality, as lived, is always a construction, not a fabrication, but a selection. Out of infinite detail, each mind chooses what matters. Out of countless interpretations, it settles on one that fits its needs, values, and expectations. This selection happens automatically. Consciousness does not present the world as it is. It presents the world as it can be navigated. And navigation requires simplification, which means distortion is inevitable. This is the quiet truth beneath all experience. No conscious system has access to the universe as a whole. Each one carries a partial, perspectival model that works well enough to survive, communicate, and act but never captures everything. This partiality becomes a problem only when perspectives collide. As long as interiors remain isolated, their constructions of reality do not interfere with one another. But once communication begins, once stories are exchanged, values compared, claims asserted, the differences surface. And when differences surface, a new kind of conflict emerges. Not conflict over resources alone, conflict over what is real. This is a uniquely conscious struggle. Stones do not disagree about gravity. Rivers do not argue about direction, but minds dispute facts, meanings, and interpretations. They debate what happened, what matters, what should be believed. Truth becomes contested. This contestation is not a sign of failure. It is a consequence of plurality. If there are many interiors, there are many experiential worlds. And while these worlds overlap, they do not coincide perfectly. The overlap creates shared reality. The gaps create disagreement. This disagreement intensifies as consciousness becomes more abstract. At basic levels, pain, hunger, fear, experience aligns easily. These are rooted in shared biology. But as minds begin to operate on symbols, narratives, and ideals, divergence accelerates. Symbols are powerful because they compress experience. But compression always loses detail. Different minds fill in the gaps differently. A word carries different emotional weights. A story evokes different memories. A value means different sacrifices. These differences are not trivial. They shape identity. Identity, once formed, defends itself. A conscious system does not merely hold beliefs. It becomes invested in them. Beliefs anchor the self. They provide coherence. They make the world predictable. To challenge a belief is to threaten that coherence, which is why disagreements escalate. They are not just intellectual, they are existential. When someone disputes your interpretation of reality, it can feel like an attack on your interior itself, on your way of making sense, on your place in the world. This is where plurality becomes dangerous, not because difference exists, but because difference becomes personal. And personalization amplifies conflict. The universe did not contain this danger before consciousness. There was no perspective to threaten. Now there are many. And each perspective carries its own sense of certainty. Certainty is seductive. A conscious system wants stability. It wants to believe that its model of reality is correct. This belief reduces cognitive load. It simplifies decision-making. It provides confidence. Uncertainty, by contrast, is exhausting. To hold multiple possible interpretations in mind requires effort. It introduces doubt. It weakens commitment. It destabilizes identity. So minds often resolve uncertainty by narrowing perspective. They adopt narratives that exclude alternatives. They reinforce beliefs through repetition and social alignment. They surround themselves with others who see the world the same way. This is not moral failure. It is a coping strategy, but it has consequences. When groups of interiors converge around shared interpretations, those interpretations harden. They become collective realities. Institutions form around them. Norms are enforced. Deviations are punished. Reality becomes guarded. This guarding is another novelty introduced by consciousness. Before awareness, nothing defended its interpretation of the world. There were no interpretations to defend. After awareness, interpretations become territories. Territories are defended with energy, sometimes with violence. This is not because consciousness is evil. It is because consciousness seeks coherence. And coherence is threatened by plurality. The deeper the interior, the stronger the need for coherence. The stronger the coherence, the more rigid the interpretation. Rigidity reduces anxiety but increases conflict. This tension is structural. A fully open mind would dissolve under uncertainty. A fully closed mind would shatter under change. Consciousness oscillates between these extremes, never finding a stable resting point. This oscillation shapes history. Periods of openness lead to exploration, innovation, and expansion. Periods of closure lead to consolidation, tradition, and defense. Neither state is permanent. Each contains the seeds of its own breakdown. Openness invites chaos. Closure invites stagnation. Conscious systems move back and forth, searching for balance. This search is endless, and it extends beyond individuals to entire civilizations. Cultures develop shared narratives that organize experience. These narratives define reality for those who inherit them. They explain where the world came from, what matters, and where things are headed. These explanations are not neutral. They shape values, priorities, and behavior. When two cultures with incompatible narratives meet, conflict is almost inevitable. Not because one is correct and the other false, but because each narrative is internally coherent and externally incomplete. Each sees what the other ignores. Each ignores what the other sees. This mutual blindness is not easily resolved. Facts alone rarely settle such disputes, because the disagreement is not just about facts. It is about meaning. Meaning determines which facts are relevant, which brings us to a deeper fracture. Consciousness does not just experience reality. It interprets it. Interpretation is creative. Two minds can encounter the same stimulus and generate different meanings. These meanings guide action. Action changes the world. The changed world feeds back into interpretation. This loop means that reality itself becomes shaped by interpretation, not at the level of physical law, but at the level of lived environment. Cities reflect values. Technologies encode priorities. Institutions embody narratives. The world becomes layered with meaning. These layers are not visible from space. From the outside, Earth is a sphere of rock, water, and atmosphere. From the inside, it is saturated with significance. Borders, names, memories, traumas, aspirations. This saturation is invisible to physics, but it is real, and it introduces another kind of danger. When meanings diverge too far, coordination collapses, shared reality fragments, trust erodes, cooperation breaks down. A world with many interiors requires a minimum level of shared interpretation to function. When that minimum is lost, chaos emerges. This is not hypothetical. History records countless moments when shared reality fractured, when groups could no longer agree on basic facts, values, or goals. These moments are marked by instability, violence, and loss. Plurality becomes unsustainable without some form of integration. But integration is difficult. To integrate perspectives, a system must tolerate ambiguity. It must accept that its own interpretation is partial. It must recognize the interiority of others as equally real. This recognition is demanding. It requires humility. Humility is not a default state of consciousness. It must be learned, practiced, reinforced, and it is fragile. Under stress, minds retreat to certainty. Under threat, they simplify. Under fear, they divide the world into allies and enemies. This regression is not moral weakness. It is a reversion to safety. But safety for one interior can mean danger for another. This is the tragic geometry of plurality. The universe now contains not just many interiors, but many incompatible ways of organizing reality. No overarching perspective resolves these incompatibilities automatically. There is no cosmic referee. Physics does not adjudicate meaning, which leaves conscious systems to negotiate among themselves. This negotiation is slow, it is error-prone, it is often violent, and yet it continues, because the alternative is isolation. A single interior alone in the universe can find coherence easily, but it cannot find resonance. It cannot confirm its own reality. It cannot be seen. Recognition requires others. This creates a paradox. Consciousness seeks coherence, which pushes it toward closure. Consciousness seeks recognition, which pushes it toward plurality. These drives conflict. Closure simplifies the world. Plurality complicates it. The mind wants both. This tension cannot be resolved. It can only be managed, and management requires structures that mediate between interiors. Language is one, law is another, science is another. Science is particularly interesting in this context. It is often treated as the antidote to perspectival conflict, a method for discovering objective reality. And in many ways, it succeeds. It provides shared descriptions that transcend individual experience. It builds consensus through evidence and replication. But even science does not escape interpretation. Data must be selected, models must be chosen, significance must be assigned, values shape research priorities, assumptions guide frameworks. Science reduces disagreement, but it does not eliminate it, nor can it address all questions that matter to conscious systems. Science can tell us how the universe behaves. It cannot tell us how to live within it. This gap is not a failure of science. It is a feature of interiority. Values are not discovered. They are negotiated. Meaning is not measured. It is constructed. This construction is ongoing, and it introduces a strange new possibility. What if the universe, through consciousness, becomes a place where reality is not just discovered, but created? Not in the sense that minds invent physics, but in the sense that the lived world, the world of meaning, value, and significance, is continuously shaped by interpretation. This lived world is as real to those within it as the physical world is from the outside, and it changes, which suggests that the universe now contains a layer of reality that is historically contingent. Before consciousness, reality had no history in this sense. Events occurred, but they did not accumulate meaning. There was no narrative continuity. With consciousness, history appears, not just as a record of events, but as a story about what those events meant. Stories are not fixed. They are revised, reinterpreted, contested. History becomes another battlefield of interpretation. The past itself fractures. This is deeply unsettling. It means that even what has already happened is not settled in its significance. The same event can be remembered as triumph or tragedy, justice or injustice, progress or catastrophe. These memories guide future action. The universe becomes haunted by its own interpretations. This haunting is another cost of interiority, but it is also a source of depth. A universe with memory is richer than a universe without it. Even if that memory is painful, we are now approaching a critical turn. We have seen how consciousness multiplies into plurality, how plurality fractures reality into interpretations, and how these interpretations struggle for coherence. The question that now presses in is unavoidable. If there is no single, final reality as lived only overlapping contested constructions, then what anchors experience at all? What prevents consciousness from dissolving into pure relativism, where nothing matters more than anything else? Why does experience not collapse under the weight of its own interpretations? Something must hold. Some constraint must exist. And that constraint does not come from agreement alone. It comes from something deeper, something that persists across interpretations. something that resists narrative. That something is waiting just ahead, and it will force us to confront the limits of meaning itself. When interpretations fracture, something must remain unbroken, not because minds agree, but because they cannot escape it. Beneath every narrative, every value system, every worldview, there is a layer of reality that resists reinterpretation. It does not care what story is told about it. It does not bend to belief. It does not negotiate. It simply persists. This persistence is not meaning, it is constraint. And constraint is the silent anchor of consciousness. No matter how wildly interpretations diverge, conscious systems share certain limits. Bodies age, resources deplete, time moves forward. Actions have consequences. Pain still hurts. Loss still removes. Death still ends. These are not narratives. They are conditions. They do not tell us what matters, but they define what can matter. This is where relativism stops. You can argue endlessly about values, purposes, and meanings, but you cannot argue your way out of hunger, gravity, or mortality. You cannot reinterpret a lack of oxygen into abundance. You cannot narrate yourself into immortality. The universe enforces boundaries, and these boundaries are not hostile. They are stabilizing. Without them, interpretation would dissolve into noise. Consider what happens when constraints weaken. When consequences are delayed or obscured, behavior becomes unmoored. When limits feel negotiable, risk escalates. When mortality feels abstract, values inflate beyond what reality can support. Consciousness, left alone with its interpretations, tends toward excess. It imagines infinite growth. It dreams of perfect justice. It longs for permanent meaning. These longings are not wrong, but without constraint, they become dangerous. Because the universe is finite, and finitude matters. This is the fourth quiet tension of consciousness. The mind reaches beyond limits. Reality pulls it back. This push and pull is constant. It shapes ethics, technology, politics, art, and identity. Every human project is an attempt to negotiate finitude, either by transcending it symbolically or by accommodating it practically. Religion promises eternity. Science promises understanding. Art promises preservation. Legacy promises continuation. All are responses to constraint, not to eliminate it, but to soften its impact. Yet constraint remains, and it is constraint that makes experience sharp. A game without boundaries is not engaging. A story without stakes is forgettable. A life without limits would be shapeless. Constraint gives structure, but structure alone is not enough. Constraint must be felt. This is where consciousness re-enters the picture. A rock encounters constraint as force. A living cell encounters constraint as pressure. A conscious system encounters constraint as loss. Loss is the experiential form of constraint. When something cannot continue, when a possibility collapses, when time closes a door, the conscious system feels it as loss. Loss is not just absence. It is the awareness that something could have been, but will not be. This awareness is uniquely conscious. Without experience, there is no sense of missed possibility. Events simply occur. With experience, unrealized futures haunt the present. Loss introduces regret. Regret is not just pain. It is comparison across time. It is the recognition that a different choice might have led to a different outcome. This recognition sharpens responsibility. Responsibility arises not from rules, but from counterfactuals. I could have done otherwise. This sentence is meaningless without consciousness. It requires memory, imagination, and self-modeling. It requires the capacity to replay the past and simulate alternatives. And it hurts. Regret is one of the most intense forms of suffering consciousness generates. Not because the past can be changed, but because it cannot. Regret binds consciousness to irreversibility, which brings us back to time. Time, as physics describes it, is symmetric. Equations do not care which direction they run, but lived time is asymmetric. It flows. It closes off possibilities. It accumulates consequences. This asymmetry is not imposed by the universe alone. It is imposed by memory. A conscious system remembers the past, but cannot remember the future. This one-sided access creates the sense of flow. The future is open. The past is fixed. Constraint lives in this fixation. The past cannot be undone. This is not just a fact. It is a pressure. Every decision is made under this pressure. Every action commits a conscious system to a trajectory that cannot be fully reversed. This is why choice feels heavy. Without irreversibility, choice would be trivial. You could always try again. But because time closes behind us, decisions matter. Constraint gives weight to freedom. Freedom without constraint is meaningless. But constraint without freedom is suffocating. Consciousness exists between these extremes. It has enough freedom to imagine alternatives. It has enough constraint to make those alternatives costly. This balance is precarious, and it may explain why consciousness feels so intense. Intensity arises when stakes are real. A world without constraint would feel empty. A world without freedom would feel unbearable. Our universe allows both, not generously, but precisely. This precision again invites suspicion, not of intention but of structure. The laws of physics are not tailored for meaning, but they produce a landscape where meaning can arise. They create scarcity, irreversibility, and finitude conditions that make choice consequential. At the same time, they allow complexity, memory, and anticipation conditions that make choice possible. This combination is rare. It is not inevitable in all conceivable universes. Which brings us to a deeper layer of the puzzle. Constraint does not just limit consciousness, it shapes it. The kinds of values that arise depend on the kinds of limits that exist. In a universe without death, values would be different. In a universe without scarcity, priorities would shift. In a universe without pain, ethics would be unrecognizable. Our values are tuned to our constraints, which means that meaning is not arbitrary. It is grounded not in metaphysics, but in conditions. This grounding is subtle. It does not dictate specific beliefs, but it channels them. It makes some values sustainable and others catastrophic. A value that ignores constraint eventually collapses. A narrative that denies finitude loses coherence over time. History is littered with examples. Ideologies that promise infinite growth in a finite world. Belief systems that deny suffering and therefore fail to address it. Technologies that outpace ecological limits. These failures are not just intellectual. They are experiential. They produce suffering because they clash with constraint. Consciousness learns this lesson repeatedly, often too late. But learning occurs not linearly, not smoothly, but cumulatively. This cumulative learning is another feature of plurality. When many interiors experience the consequences of ignoring constraints, knowledge accumulates. Pain becomes memory. Memory becomes caution. Caution becomes norm. This is how ethics evolves, not from abstract principles, but from lived failure. Ethical systems are sedimented experience. They encode lessons learned under constraint. Do not kill. Share resources. Protect the vulnerable. These rules are not arbitrary. They reflect the fact that suffering propagates through interconnected interiors, and that unchecked harm destabilizes the whole. Ethics is not about perfection. It is about survivability. Not just biological survivability, but experiential survivability. A society that generates too much suffering fractures. Trust erodes. Cooperation collapses. Interiors retreat into defensiveness. The system becomes brittle. Constraint enforces this lesson again and again, and yet, ethics never settles, because constraints shift. Technology alters scarcity. Medicine alters mortality. Communication alters empathy. Each change reshapes the landscape of what matters. New possibilities create new risks. Consciousness must adapt continuously, which returns us to the central tension. Meaning is constructed, but not free-floating. Interpretation is plural, but not unbounded. Constraint anchors meaning without fixing it. This anchoring is not moral law. It is existential law. Ignore constraint, and suffering increases. Acknowledge constraint, and meaning deepens. This does not guarantee happiness. It guarantees coherence. Coherence is underrated. A coherent life is not one without pain. It is one where pain makes sense within a larger structure of value. A coherent society is not one without conflict. It is one where conflict is managed within shared constraints. When coherence breaks down, consciousness fragments. An individual loses identity. A society loses trust. A civilization loses direction. These breakdowns are not accidents. They occur when interpretations outrun constraints, which brings us to a subtle inversion. Constraint is often experienced as limitation, but without it, consciousness would unravel. Limits make orientation possible. They define the edges against which meaning takes shape. A blank canvas is infinite but paralyzing. A framed canvas invites composition. Constraint frames experience. This framing does not answer the question of why consciousness exists, but it tells us how consciousness persists. By negotiating limits rather than denying them, this negotiation is ongoing. Every conscious system, from individual to civilization, is engaged in it. Some negotiate well, others fail. Failure leaves traces, ruins, trauma, memory. These traces become part of the landscape for future interiors. Constraint does not reset. It accumulates, which introduces a final complication. Constraints themselves are not static. The universe changes. Stars age. Planets evolve. Ecosystems shift. Technologies transform conditions. What once constrained may loosen. What once was abundant may become scarce. Consciousness must renegotiate its grounding continuously. This renegotiation is exhausting. It produces anxiety. Uncertainty about limits is worse than limits themselves. When boundaries are clear, choices are constrained but navigable. When boundaries shift unpredictably, fear escalates. Modern consciousness lives in such a shifting landscape. Old constraints have weakened. New ones are not yet understood. The future feels open but fragile. This fragility amplifies the sense of danger. Not danger from external forces alone, but danger from misalignment between meaning and reality. If meaning outruns constraint, collapse follows. If constraint crushes meaning, despair follows. The balance is delicate, and the universe does not maintain it for us. It allows consciousness to attempt it again and again, which leads us to the next turn. So far, we have seen how constraint anchors meaning, how finitude shapes value, and how irreversibility gives weight to choice. But we have not yet asked the most unsettling question this implies. If consciousness must negotiate limits to survive, and if those limits are set by the structure of the universe, then is consciousness merely adapting to reality? Or is reality, through constraint, shaping the direction consciousness is allowed to take? Not in terms of outcomes, but in terms of what kinds of meanings are sustainable at all. That question waits just ahead, and it will pull us toward the deepest layer of the inquiry. If constraint shapes which meanings survive, then not all meanings are equal. This is a quiet but destabilizing realization. Consciousness can imagine endlessly. It can construct ideals unconstrained by current reality. It can dream of perfect justice, infinite growth, eternal harmony, absolute freedom. The inner space of possibility seems boundless, but the universe is not. Some meanings flourish only briefly before collapsing under their own weight. Others endure, not because they are true in some absolute sense, but because they fit within the limits imposed by time, energy, biology, and coexistence. This is where reality begins to select meanings, not consciously, not intentionally, But structurally, meanings that require impossible conditions fade. Meanings that ignore finitude generate suffering. Meanings that deny plurality fracture societies. Over time, these meanings either adapt or disappear. This selection is slow and painful because meanings are not just ideas, they are identities. They are ways of organizing experience. When a meaning fails, it does not fail quietly. It takes lives, hopes, and histories with it. This is why change is resisted. A meaning that has structured generations does not step aside easily. Even when it no longer fits reality, it clings to relevance. It demands loyalty. It justifies harm. From the inside, this clinging feels like survival. From the outside, it looks like denial. This tension is not accidental. Consciousness binds itself to meaning because meaning stabilizes experience. To lose meaning is to lose orientation. It is to fall into ambiguity, where nothing clearly matters more than anything else. Ambiguity is terrifying, not because it is false, but because it offers no guidance. So consciousness prefers flawed meaning to none at all. This preference explains much of history. Civilizations hold on to narratives long after evidence erodes them. Individuals defend identities that cause them pain. Groups preserve values that no longer serve them. They do this not out of ignorance, but out of fear. Fear of meaninglessness. Which brings us to a crucial point. Meaning is not sustained by truth alone. It is sustained by viability. A meaning survives if it can be lived without tearing the system apart. This is a different criterion than correctness. Some beliefs may be false but stabilizing. Others may be true but destabilizing. Consciousness does not always choose truth first. It often chooses survivability. This is not a moral indictment. It is an adaptive strategy. But adaptation has consequences. When meanings are chosen for stability rather than accuracy, reality pushes back. Constraints assert themselves. Sooner or later, misalignment produces friction. That friction is felt as crisis. Crises are not just failures of policy or planning. They are failures of meaning. Moments when the stories guiding action no longer map onto the conditions shaping outcomes. When values pull behavior in directions that reality cannot support. At these moments, consciousness faces a choice. Double down on the failing meaning or revise it. Revision is painful. It requires admitting partiality. It requires letting go of certainty. It requires renegotiating identity. This is why revisions often happen only after collapse. Loss forces humility. Suffering breaks attachment. Constraint teaches. This pattern repeats across scales. Individuals revise beliefs after personal crisis. Societies revise values after catastrophe. Species revise strategies after extinction events. The universe does not instruct, it pressures. Pressure reveals what can bend and what will break, which brings us to a deeper implication. If the universe pressures meanings through constraint, then consciousness is not free to invent just any meaning and expect it to endure. There is a landscape of viable meaning. Some regions of this landscape are stable, others are not. This landscape is not written anywhere. It is discovered through experience, through trial, error, and suffering. This discovery process is slow because the cost of failure is high. Entire civilizations may need to collapse before a lesson is learned. Entire generations may need to suffer before values shift. This makes consciousness seem cruel. But cruelty is not the right word. Indifference is closer. The universe does not calibrate lessons to minimize pain. It does not care how quickly consciousness learns. It only enforces constraints. Learning happens on whatever timescale consciousness can manage. This again reframes the question of purpose. If consciousness were the goal, the universe would guide it gently. It would provide feedback early and clearly. It would reward alignment and correct error with minimal harm. This is not what we observe. Feedback is delayed. Signals are noisy. Consequences are often disproportionate. This suggests that if consciousness has a role, it is not as a protected outcome. It is as a participant in an unforgiving process, which raises the unsettling thought that consciousness may not be special because it is valuable, but because it is exposed. Exposed to limits, exposed to error, exposed to consequence. Most of the universe is insulated from consequence in this sense. Stars burn regardless of meaning. Galaxies drift without regret. Only conscious systems must live with the implications of their interpretations. This exposure may be the defining feature of interiority. To be conscious is to be answerable, not to the universe, not to any external judge, but to reality itself. Reality answers meaning with outcome, not immediately, not clearly, but relentlessly, which leads to a subtle inversion of control. Consciousness feels like the interpreter of reality. It constructs meaning, assigns value, chooses direction, but over time, reality interprets consciousness. It tests meanings against constraints. Those that align persist. Those that do not dissolve. This interpretation is blind. It does not evaluate intention. It evaluates fit. Fit determines survival. This dynamic suggests that meaning is not arbitrary, but neither is it dictated. It emerges at the intersection of imagination and constraint. Too much imagination and meaning floats away from reality. Too much constraint and meaning collapses into necessity. Viable meaning lives in between. This in-between space is narrow, and it shifts. As conditions change, meanings must adapt. This adaptation is not guaranteed. Consciousness often resists it, which is why progress is uneven. Some meanings evolve, others fossilize. Fossilized meanings still exert influence, even when they no longer fit. They linger in institutions, rituals, and identities. They create drag. Drag increases suffering. Eventually, pressure builds. Something breaks. This breaking is not always catastrophic. Sometimes it is gradual. Sometimes it is sudden. But it is inevitable. No meaning lasts forever. This is perhaps the hardest truth for consciousness to accept, because consciousness wants permanence. It wants something that holds regardless of change. It wants a final answer. But the universe does not offer final answers. It offers conditions. Conditions change, which means meanings must remain provisional. This provisionality is uncomfortable. It undermines certainty. It weakens authority. It demands ongoing revision. But it may be the only sustainable posture for consciousness in a finite, evolving universe. This brings us to the idea of humility. Humility is often treated as a moral virtue, but it may be something deeper. It may be an adaptive stance toward constraint. A humble consciousness recognizes the partiality of its interpretations. It remains open to revision. It does not mistake coherence for completeness. This stance reduces suffering not by eliminating pain, but by reducing friction with reality. A rigid consciousness suffers more, not because reality is harsher to it, but because it resists adaptation longer. This does not mean humility guarantees safety or happiness. It means it increases survivability, which suggests that certain kinds of consciousness may be more viable than others. Not smarter, not more powerful, but more flexible. This flexibility is not endless. There are limits to adaptation. Some constraints cannot be negotiated. Mortality remains. Entropy remains. Loss remains. Humility does not erase these. It only helps consciousness live with them, which brings us to a quiet convergence. We began by asking why consciousness appears in a cold, indifferent universe. We have traced how it suffers, multiplies, interprets, conflicts, and negotiates limits. Now we see that consciousness must also learn, not facts alone, but how to hold meaning without breaking under it. This learning is not guaranteed. Consciousness can fail. Entire branches of interiority may vanish without passing on their lessons. The universe does not preserve wisdom. It preserves conditions. This suggests that if consciousness has any direction at all, it is not toward domination or certainty. It is toward alignment. Alignment with constraint. Alignment with plurality. Alignment with finitude. This alignment does not feel triumphant. It feels quiet. It feels like acceptance, which leads us toward the final arc of our inquiry. If consciousness must align with reality to persist, and if reality enforces constraints without guidance, then what kind of consciousness can endure longest? What kind of interiority can exist without collapsing under its own weight? The answer will not be heroic. It will not be grand. It will be subtle, and it waits just ahead. The kind of consciousness that endures is not the one that shouts the loudest. It is the one that listens. This is a difficult conclusion to accept because it runs against many of the instincts consciousness develops as it grows. Awareness wants to assert itself. It wants to leave a mark. It wants to matter in ways that are visible and lasting. It wants proof that its presence was not fleeting. But endurance does not belong to what demands attention. It belongs to what adapts quietly. In the long arc of existence, the most persistent structures are not the most rigid. They are the most responsive. Rivers last longer than mountains because they yield. Ecosystems survive upheaval because they shift. Species endure not by perfection, but by variation. Consciousness is no exception. The forms of awareness that collapse are often those that cannot tolerate ambiguity, those that cling to a single meaning, a single narrative, a single identity, and defend it against all evidence. These forms feel strong, decisive, certain. But certainty is heavy. It resists change. It amplifies conflict. It breaks under pressure. By contrast, the consciousness that endures holds meaning lightly. It does not abandon values, but it allows them to evolve. It does not dissolve into relativism, but it accepts partiality. It does not deny constraint, but it learns its contours. This kind of awareness does not feel triumphant. It feels patient. Patience is not passivity. It is an active stance toward time. A patient consciousness understands that not all tensions must be resolved immediately, that some contradictions can coexist without collapse, that uncertainty does not always require closure. This stance is rare because consciousness evolved under pressure to decide quickly, to choose, to act, to resolve ambiguity before it becomes threat. But as awareness deepens, this reflex becomes maladaptive. Complex environments demand delayed judgment. Plural worlds require tolerance. Long futures require restraint. The mind must learn to slow itself. This slowing is uncomfortable. It feels like loss of control. But control is often an illusion. The universe does not bend easily to intention. It responds to patterns over time. It rewards alignment, not assertion. This is where the idea of wisdom quietly enters the picture. Wisdom is not intelligence. Intelligence solves problems within given frameworks. Wisdom questions the framework itself. It asks whether the problem is being posed in a way that reality can answer. A wise consciousness does not rush to impose meaning. It waits to see which meanings endure. This waiting is not empty. It is attentive. Attention is the currency of experience. What consciousness attends to becomes significant. What it ignores fades. Attention shapes inner landscapes long before it shapes the outer world. A consciousness that attends only to threats becomes anxious. One that attends only to rewards becomes hollow. One that attends only to certainty becomes brittle. Enduring awareness diversifies attention. It notices not just what confirms its narratives, but what challenges them. It notices patterns over impulses, long arcs over immediate gains, relationships over victories. This does not eliminate suffering, but it redistributes it. Short-term pain may increase as impulses are restrained. Long-term suffering decreases as catastrophic misalignment is avoided. This trade-off is subtle. Evolution does not select for it easily, which is why wisdom is not universal. It must be cultivated. Cultivation implies intention, and intention implies choice. This is where consciousness becomes most interesting. Up to this point, much of awareness has been shaped by forces outside itself: biology, environment, constraint. But at higher levels of reflection, consciousness begins to shape itself. It chooses how to relate to its own thoughts. It chooses which narratives to reinforce. It chooses which impulses to act on and which to observe. This self-shaping is not absolute. A mind cannot escape its history. Trauma leaves traces. Biology sets parameters. Culture imprints values. But within these limits, there is room. Room for posture. Posture toward reality matters. A consciousness that approaches reality as an enemy will see threats everywhere. One that approaches it as a resource will exploit until collapse. One that approaches it as a mystery will remain curious. Curiosity is another quiet trait of enduring awareness. Curiosity does not demand immediate answers. It tolerates not knowing. It transforms uncertainty from threat into invitation. This transformation is powerful. It reduces defensive rigidity. It opens dialogue between interiors. It allows meanings to adapt rather than fracture. Curiosity does not deny truth. It suspends premature certainty. This suspension creates space. Space is essential. Without space, consciousness suffocates under its own interpretations. It becomes trapped in feedback loops of fear, desire, and justification. Space allows reflection without collapse. This reflective space is not given by the universe. It is created by practice, by habits of attention, by norms that reward listening over dominance, by cultures that value revision over infallibility. These practices are fragile. They can be undone quickly by fear, which is why enduring consciousness must also be resilient. Resilience is not toughness. It is recoverability. A resilient consciousness can be shaken without shattering. It can be wrong without dissolving. It can fail without losing orientation. This is possible only when identity is not fused to a single meaning. Fusion is dangerous. When a belief becomes identity, questioning it feels like annihilation. Dialogue becomes threat. Evidence becomes attack. Enduring consciousness avoids fusion. It allows identity to be layered. A person is not only their beliefs. A culture is not only its myths. A civilization is not only its founding narrative. Layering provides redundancy. If one layer cracks, others hold. This redundancy reduces catastrophic collapse. Again, this is not heroic. It is pragmatic. And pragmatism is often dismissed as unprincipled. But in a universe governed by constraint, pragmatism is a form of respect. It respects limits. It respects plurality. It respects time. This respect is not submission. It is alignment. Alignment does not mean agreement. It means fitting action to conditions. A sailor does not argue with the wind. A farmer does not negotiate with seasons. An enduring consciousness does not insist that reality conform to its desires. It adjusts its course. This adjustment is ongoing. There is no final state, which is perhaps the most difficult lesson consciousness must learn. There is no stable equilibrium where meaning is fixed, conflict resolved, and suffering eliminated. There is only dynamic balance. Balance requires constant attention. Neglect leads to drift. Drift leads to misalignment. Misalignment leads to crisis. This cycle repeats. Enduring consciousness accepts this. It does not seek an end to the cycle. It learns to move within it. This movement feels less dramatic than conquest or collapse. It feels like maintenance. Maintenance is undervalued, but everything that lasts is maintained. Ecosystems are maintained by feedback loops. Bodies are maintained by regulation. Cultures are maintained by rituals and norms. Minds are maintained by habits of attention and interpretation. When maintenance fails, decay accelerates. The universe does not intervene to maintain consciousness. It allows it to try. This allowance again underscores the theme. Consciousness is not protected. It is permitted, and permission without protection is a test, not a moral test, a structural one. Which forms of interiority can persist without external support? Which can negotiate limits without breaking? Which can coexist without annihilating one another? The answers are not given, they are enacted. Every conscious system participates in this experiment simply by existing. Some experiments fail quickly, some last longer. Duration is not virtue, but it is information. A form of meaning that persists across changing conditions tells us something about fit. Fit does not imply truth, it implies viability. This distinction matters. Enduring consciousness does not mistake longevity for righteousness. It does not assume that what survives is morally superior, but it does pay attention. It asks, what allowed this pattern to persist? What balance did it strike? What constraints did it respect? These questions guide adaptation. They do not close inquiry. They open it, which brings us toward a quieter region of the story. We have examined emergence, suffering, plurality, constraint, and adaptation. We are now in a phase of listening, not for answers, but for patterns that repeat across scales, patterns that suggest not purpose, but compatibility. The universe does not tell consciousness what to become, but it does reveal, slowly, what cannot last. And in that negative space, a silhouette appears, not of a destiny, but of a posture, a way of being conscious that does not collapse under its own weight, a way of holding meaning without hardening it, a way of caring without consuming itself. This posture is not loud. It does not announce itself as the solution. It simply remains. As we move forward, the final layers of the inquiry will not bring revelation in the traditional sense. They will bring quiet convergence, where multiple threads emergence, suffering, plurality, constraint, adaptation begin to overlap. In that overlap, something like an answer may form, not a statement, but a direction. And it will not point outward. It will point inward, toward how consciousness relates to the universe it inhabits and to itself. That direction waits just ahead. When consciousness learns to listen, something unexpected happens. The universe begins to feel less like an adversary and more like a mirror. Not a mirror that reflects faces or forms, but one that reflects patterns. The same tensions that shape galaxies appear in miniature within minds, expansion and collapse, order and chaos, stability and change. What once seemed like an external struggle reveals itself as an internal one, repeated across scales. This recognition is subtle. It does not arrive as revelation. It emerges slowly, as the mind notices how often its own conflicts echo the structure of the world it inhabits. Desire pulls outward. Constraint pulls inward. Attention oscillates between novelty and familiarity. These movements are not unique to consciousness. They are the movements of complex systems everywhere. Stars balance fusion against gravity. Ecosystems balance growth against depletion. Civilizations balance innovation against stability. Consciousness is not exempt. It is embedded. This embedding changes how awareness understands itself. At earlier stages, consciousness experiences the universe as something to overcome, explain, or control. It seeks mastery of nature, of uncertainty, of its own suffering. Mastery promises relief. It suggests that with enough knowledge or power, tension can be resolved permanently. But mastery repeatedly fails. The universe resists being mastered not through opposition, but through indifference. It does not push back intentionally. It simply continues to operate according to constraints that do not bend to desire. Over time, this resistance teaches something, not submission, perspective. Perspective reveals that tension is not an error to be eliminated, but a condition to be navigated. That the universe is not a puzzle with a final solution, but a process with ongoing demands. This realization alters the internal posture of consciousness. Instead of asking, How do I make reality conform to my meaning? It begins asking, how do I shape meaning that can live within reality? This is a profound shift. It does not reduce ambition, it refines it. Ambition becomes contextual. Rather than aiming for absolutes, perfect certainty, total control, final answers, consciousness begins to aim for coherence, for meanings that can be held without constant fracture, for goals that can be pursued without undermining the conditions that make pursuit possible. This coherence is not imposed from above. It is discovered through resonance. Resonance is what happens when internal patterns align with external ones, when expectations meet outcomes without constant correction, when values guide action in ways that reality can sustain. Resonance feels different from victory. Victory is loud. It demands recognition. It creates winners and losers. Resonance is quiet. It feels like ease, not because effort disappears, but because effort stops fighting the structure of things. In resonance, friction decreases, not to zero, but to a manageable level. This matters, because friction is what exhausts consciousness. Constant resistance drains attention. It narrows focus. It amplifies suffering. A mind in perpetual friction becomes reactive, defensive, brittle. Resonance restores capacity. It allows attention to widen. It makes room for curiosity again. It supports patience. This does not mean abandoning values. It means calibrating them. Calibration is another underappreciated skill of enduring consciousness. To calibrate is to adjust expectations to conditions without giving up direction. It is to remain oriented while flexible. It is to recognize when force is required and when yielding is wiser. This skill does not emerge automatically. It develops through failure, through misalignment, through the experience of pushing too hard or yielding too much. Each failure leaves a trace. Consciousness remembers not just outcomes, but how those outcomes were produced. It begins to sense patterns, early signs of excess, subtle indicators of collapse, quiet signals of sustainability. These signals are not universal. They differ across contexts. What resonates in one environment may fail in another, which is why enduring consciousness remains attentive. It does not rely solely on inherited rules. It watches. Watching is not passive. It is an active form of engagement that prioritizes feedback over assertion. A watching consciousness notices when something begins to strain, when meaning hardens, when narratives stop adapting, when relationships fray. These notices do not always prompt immediate action. Sometimes, the most skillful response is restraint. Restraint is not weakness. It is timing. The universe operates on timescales that exceed individual urgency. Acting too soon can be as damaging as acting too late. Consciousness that survives long enough learns this painfully. It learns that not every impulse must be enacted. Not every insight must be announced. Not every conflict must be resolved immediately. Some tensions resolve only when conditions shift. Waiting is not avoidance. It is synchronization. Synchronization with cycles larger than the self. This synchronization deepens awareness of scale. A young consciousness experiences time primarily as personal duration. Minutes feel long. Years feel abstract. The horizon of concern rarely extends beyond a lifetime. As awareness matures, this horizon expands. History becomes tangible. Generations acquire weight. Consequences stretch forward beyond immediate benefit. This expansion is not comforting. It reveals fragility, but it also reveals continuity. The self is no longer isolated. It is a moment in a larger pattern. This pattern does not erase individuality. It contextualizes it. Context reduces the burden of centrality. A consciousness that sees itself as the axis of reality must carry the weight of the universe. A consciousness that sees itself as a participant can rest within limits. This rest is not resignation. It is relief. Relief from the impossible task of being everything. This relief allows something else to emerge: care. Not care driven by fear of loss or desire for validation, but care grounded in recognition of interdependence. Interdependence is not sentimental, it is structural. No interior exists without an exterior. No experience persists without conditions that support it. No meaning survives without others to share and negotiate it. This realization reshapes responsibility. Responsibility is no longer about control. It becomes about contribution. How does this interior add coherence rather than noise? How does it reduce unnecessary suffering rather than amplify it? How does it leave conditions slightly better aligned for future interiors? These questions are quieter than demands for domination or transcendence, but they are more sustainable. They shift the metric of success. Success is no longer measured by expansion alone, but by balance. Balance is not static. It must be adjusted continually, which returns us to maintenance. The consciousness that endures accepts maintenance as part of meaning. Maintenance of relationships, maintenance of attention, maintenance of narratives, maintenance of alignment with constraint. This acceptance is difficult in cultures that reward novelty and disruption. But novelty without maintenance produces fragility. Disruption without integration produces collapse. The universe is full of collapsed structures. Stars that burn too fast, ecosystems pushed beyond thresholds, civilizations that expanded faster than they could stabilize. Consciousness learns from these patterns not through instruction, but through analogy. It recognizes itself in them. This recognition produces humility. Humility here is not self-negation. It is accurate self-placement. To know where one stands in relation to forces larger than oneself. This knowledge does not diminish meaning. It grounds it. Grounded meaning does not promise permanence. It promises continuity of effort. Effort that adjusts as conditions change. This effort feels different from struggle. Struggle is oriented toward victory. Effort is oriented toward participation. Participation does not guarantee success. It guarantees engagement. And engagement is the defining feature of consciousness. A disengaged consciousness withers. A consciousness that stops caring dissolves. Care may be costly, but it is essential. The question is not whether to care, it is how. Care that demands certainty collapses under doubt. Care that demands permanence collapses under change. Care that demands dominance collapses under plurality. Care that adapts persists. This adaptive care does not seek to eliminate suffering entirely. It seeks to keep suffering within bounds, to prevent it from cascading uncontrollably, to respond rather than react. This is not a moral ideal. It is a practical necessity. In a universe that allows consciousness but does not protect it, the only protection available is internal, not insulation from reality, but skillful engagement with it. This skill is unevenly distributed. Some minds develop it early, others never do. Some cultures cultivate it, others suppress it. This unevenness creates asymmetry. Not all consciousnesses endure equally. Not all interiorities leave the same imprint. Some collapse quickly under rigidity or excess. Others adapt and persist, influencing the conditions for future awareness. This influence is subtle. It does not appear as control over the universe. It appears as a slight redirection of trajectories. Small choices accumulate. Attention shapes habits. Habits shape behavior. Behavior shapes environments. Over time, these environments feed back into the kinds of consciousness that can emerge within them. This is the quiet recursion of interiority. Consciousness shapes the world that shapes consciousness. This loop is not closed. It does not converge. It drifts. But drift is not aimless. It is constrained. And within those constraints, patterns emerge. Patterns of collapse. Patterns of adaptation. Patterns of renewal. The enduring patterns are not the most aggressive. They are the most responsive. This responsiveness is what listening ultimately means. listening not just to others, but to reality itself. Reality speaks through consequence, through resistance, through feedback, through limits encountered again and again. A listening consciousness hears these signals, not as commands, as information. This information guides recalibration. Again and again, this process has no endpoint, which may be the most important realization of all. Consciousness is not on a journey toward a final state. It is in a continuous negotiation with a universe that does not resolve into answers. The desire for final answers is understandable. It promises rest. But rest is not the same as stillness. Stillness can exist within motion. Rest can exist within effort. A consciousness that accepts this finds a different kind of peace. Not peace as resolution, peace as rhythm. A rhythm of engagement and withdrawal, of assertion and listening, of care and release. This rhythm does not eliminate suffering. It contextualizes it. It allows suffering to be experienced without overwhelming the whole. This is not transcendence. It is integration. Integration of inner and outer, of meaning and constraint, of plurality and coherence. At this stage, the question of why consciousness exists begins to lose its sharpness, not because it has been answered, but because it has been reframed. Consciousness does not exist for a reason in the universe. It exists within a set of conditions that allow it to appear, suffer, adapt, and sometimes endure. Its significance is not given. It is enacted, moment by moment, through how it listens, through how it responds, through how it negotiates its place in a reality that does not revolve around it. This does not make consciousness small. It makes it precise. And precision matters. As we approach the final movements of this inquiry, the tone shifts further. The universe does not reveal secrets. It reveals patterns, and those patterns suggest not a destination, but a way of moving, a way of being conscious that does not burn itself out too quickly, a way of holding presence without demanding permanence, a way of participating without dominating. This way is not hidden. It has been hinted at throughout our journey, in suffering, in plurality, in constraint, in adaptation. Now it begins to converge, not into an answer, but into a posture, and that posture will carry us toward the final quiet fade. When posture becomes clearer, the question of purpose begins to dissolve, not because it has been solved, but because it no longer holds the same authority. Consciousness stops demanding that the universe explain itself. It begins to notice that explanation was never the universe's role to begin with. The universe does not justify itself. It simply unfolds. This unfolding is not aimed. It has no preference for comfort or clarity. It does not reward insight with exemption from loss. It does not punish ignorance with precision. It remains stubbornly non-negotiable. And yet, within this unfolding, something fragile keeps appearing, again and again. Interiority. Each time it appears, it carries the same burdens: awareness, vulnerability, meaning, suffering, choice. Each time, it struggles with the same tensions. Each time, it either adapts or collapses. There is no cumulative memory at the level of the universe, but there is repetition, and repetition suggests that consciousness is not a singular accident. It is a pattern that the universe allows to recur, not everywhere, not always, but often enough to matter. This recurrence reframes the mystery. Instead of asking why consciousness exists at all, a more precise question emerges. Why does the universe permit this pattern to reappear, despite its instability? The answer may be simpler and colder than we expect, because nothing forbids it. The laws of physics do not block interiority. They do not collapse complexity before it can reflect on itself. They do not erase memory as soon as it forms. They do not prevent systems from modeling their own persistence. They allow a narrow corridor where awareness can arise. And within that corridor, consciousness behaves as it must. It suffers. It questions. It adapts. There is no other way for it to be. This realization removes a subtle form of resentment, Much of human suffering is amplified by the belief that things should have been otherwise. That awareness ought to come with protection. That meaning should be guaranteed. That existence owes us coherence. But the universe never made such promises. The pain comes not only from loss but from expectation. Expectation that consciousness is special enough to be exempt. It is not. It is special enough to experience. And that may be the only specialness that exists. This reframing is not cynical. It is clarifying. Once consciousness releases the demand for exemption, it can engage reality more honestly. It no longer waits for the universe to validate it. It begins to validate itself through alignment rather than conquest. This alignment does not feel triumphant. It feels grounded. Grounded in the recognition that presence is temporary, that meaning is provisional, that coherence must be maintained rather than discovered. This recognition changes how suffering is interpreted. Suffering is no longer evidence that something has gone wrong at a cosmic level. It is evidence that consciousness exists at all. This does not make suffering acceptable. It makes it intelligible. Intelligibility matters. Pain that cannot be made sense of fractures awareness. Pain that fits within a larger pattern can be endured even if it remains painful. This is why stories persist, not because they are always true, but because they contextualize experience. They place suffering within a narrative that allows the mind to continue functioning. The most durable stories are not those that promise escape. They are those that promise navigation. Navigation implies movement without certainty. A navigator does not demand that the ocean explain itself. They learn its currents. They respect its storms. They accept that control is partial. Consciousness, at this stage, becomes navigational. It stops asking, "What is the point?" It begins asking, "How do I move within this?" This shift is subtle but decisive. It transforms philosophy into orientation. Orientation is not belief. It is posture toward uncertainty. A well-oriented consciousness does not need final answers. It needs bearings. These bearings are not given by metaphysics. They are derived from experience, from noticing what reduces unnecessary suffering, from noticing what preserves coherence, from noticing what allows plurality without collapse. These notices accumulate slowly, quietly. They do not form commandments. They form tendencies. Over time, certain tendencies recur across cultures and histories not because they are imposed, but because they fit. Care over cruelty, flexibility over rigidity, listening over domination. These tendencies are not universal laws. They are survival strategies for interiority. They are what remain when consciousness has been worn down by consequence enough times to stop insisting on absolutes. This wearing down is not degradation. It is refinement, like erosion that reveals structure rather than destroying it. At this depth, consciousness no longer experiences the universe as empty. It experiences it as indifferent, but not hostile. Indifference is not rejection. It is space. Space in which awareness can exist without being micromanaged. This space is both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because it allows freedom, terrifying because it offers no guarantees. But guarantees were always illusions. What consciousness has, instead, is possibility. Possibility, bounded by constraint. This bounded possibility is enough. It is what allows meaning to be enacted rather than bestowed. Meaning enacted through care, through attention, through restraint, through adaptation. This enactment is not visible from the outside. The universe does not record it. But for the interior that enacts it, it is everything. This is where the scale quietly inverts. From a cosmic perspective, consciousness is negligible. From an experiential perspective, the cosmos is background. Neither perspective cancels the other. They coexist. And in their coexistence, something gentle emerges. Not purpose, but intimacy. Intimacy between a fleeting interior and a vast exterior. Not intimacy as union, but as proximity. The universe is close enough to be felt. Consciousness is brief enough to feel it intensely. This proximity is rare. Most of the universe will never be experienced, but some of it is. Here, now, for a moment. This moment does not need justification. It is its own event. When consciousness accepts this, it stops straining against the universe's silence. Silence no longer feels like absence. It feels like openness, open enough for experience to arise, open enough for questions to be asked without final answers, open enough for meaning to be lived rather than solved. This openness does not comfort everyone. Some minds require closure, but closure is not always available. And when it is demanded, it often arrives too soon, too rigid, too brittle. An open consciousness remains unfinished. It does not rush to complete itself. This unfinishedness is not failure. It is fidelity to the conditions of existence. The universe does not complete things. It transforms them. Stars end, a species end, lives end, but transformation continues. Consciousness, when aligned with this, no longer seeks to be final. It seeks to be appropriate. Appropriate to context. Appropriate to limit. Appropriate to plurality. Appropriateness is not moral perfection. It is fit. Fit between inner posture and outer condition. This fit does not eliminate grief. Grief is the cost of attachment, and attachment is unavoidable when experience exists. But grief, too, becomes intelligible. It is not a flaw. It is the mark of connection. To grieve is to have cared. To have cared is to have been present. Presence is the entire story. Everything else is commentary. At this point, the inquiry grows quiet, not because there is nothing left to say, but because saying more would begin to harden what should remain fluid. We are approaching the region where conclusions would betray the process, where answers would oversimplify what must stay open. The final movement does not resolve. It releases. It does not declare. It lets go. Because consciousness, at its most enduring, does not end with certainty. It ends with attentiveness. Attentiveness to the fact that this moment is happening at all, in a universe that did not have to allow it. And soon, it will not. But for now, it is here. That is enough. The final breath is close now. And it will not be loud. It will be a quiet recognition that even in a cold, indifferent universe, awareness flickers. And in flickering, it learns how to fade without resentment. That is where we are going next. As consciousness learns how to fade without resentment, a final reversal quietly takes place. For most of its journey, awareness has been oriented outward. It has tried to understand the universe, to explain it, to locate its place within it. Even when it turned inward, it often did so in order to gain leverage over suffering, over fear, over meaning itself. But at this depth, the direction changes. Consciousness stops asking what the universe is. It begins to notice what the universe allows. Allowance is a strange concept. It is not generosity. It is not intention. It is not care. It is simply the absence of prohibition. The universe does not instruct consciousness to appear. It does not guide it once it does. It does not mourn it when it ends. And yet nothing in the structure of reality prevents interiority from forming, feeling, questioning, and dissolving. That absence of prevention is subtle, but it is decisive. Because in a reality governed by absolute necessity, nothing like experience could exist. Everything would be locked into function with no interior. In a reality governed by chaos, experience would dissolve before coherence could arise. Our universe sits between these extremes. It enforces rules, but not too rigidly. It permits complexity, but not without cost. It allows time to stretch, but not infinitely. Within this narrow corridor, consciousness can flicker. This flickering is not progress. It is not ascent. It is a phase. Like stars, consciousness burns for a while, transforms what it touches, and then fades. The universe does not pause for it, but neither does it erase its effects immediately. Traces remain, not in the laws. In the configurations, planets altered, ecosystems reshaped, artifacts left behind, and more subtly, in the conditions for future interiority. Consciousness does not persist as a substance. It persists as a possibility. Each instance slightly modifies the landscape in which the next might arise. This modification is not guaranteed to be positive. It can increase suffering. It can reduce viability. It can foreclose futures, or it can open them. There is no cosmic accounting that balances this. There is only accumulation. This accumulation reframes responsibility one last time. Responsibility is not about pleasing the universe. The universe does not care. Responsibility is about what kind of landscape is left behind for whatever may come next. Not just other minds like ours, but any form of interiority that might arise under changed conditions. This perspective widens ethics beyond species, culture, or time. It does not demand altruism for its own sake. It asks a keener question. Does this action narrow the corridor or widen it? Does it make interiority more brittle or more resilient? Does it amplify collapse or preserve possibility? These questions are not answered in advance. They are answered through consequence, again and again. This is where the final illusion dissolves. The illusion that consciousness must mean something to the universe. It does not. But it can mean something for the universe. Not in intention, in effect. Effect is all that remains when purpose is stripped away. And effect does not require validation. It simply occurs. At this depth, consciousness no longer tries to justify itself. Justification implies an audience. There is none. Instead, awareness settles into enactment. What is done because it fits, because it reduces unnecessary suffering, because it preserves coherence, because it respects constraint, because it listens, not because it is rewarded, not because it is remembered. Memory is not guaranteed. Even stories fade, languages vanish, cultures dissolve, names are forgotten. The universe forgets perfectly. But forgetting does not undo what happened while remembering existed. For a time, something was felt. For a time, something mattered. For a time, the universe had an inside. That is not nothing. It does not need to be permanent to be real. Impermanence does not negate presence. It defines it. This recognition shifts how consciousness views its own ending. Death no longer appears as an interruption of purpose. It appears as the closure of a phase. The universe does not steal something away. It simply moves on. Consciousness, when it understands this, does not become numb. It becomes precise. Precise in attention, precise in care, precise in restraint. When time is limited, waste becomes visible. Not waste of resources alone, but waste of awareness. Moments spent demanding certainty. Moments spent clinging to brittle meanings. Moments spent amplifying harm out of fear. These are seen more clearly now, not with guilt, with clarity. Clarity is not harsh. It is clean. It removes excess. At this stage, consciousness does not aim to maximize experience. It aims to honor it. Honor not through preservation, but through quality of presence. A short life fully inhabited is not inferior to a long one half-lived. Duration is not the metric. Alignment is. Alignment between inner posture and outer condition. When this alignment holds, even briefly, something settles. Not happiness, not certainty, but rightness. Not moral rightness, contextual rightness. The sense that this moment fits within the larger movement of things. That nothing is being forced, that nothing is being denied. That experience is allowed to be what it is. This rightness is fragile. It cannot be held continuously, but it can be recognized, and recognition is enough. Because recognition changes how the moment is lived. It softens resistance. It sharpens gratitude, not as emotion, but as awareness of contingency. This could have not happened, and soon it will not. But now, it is. That is the final inversion. Meaning is not something consciousness extracts from the universe. It is something consciousness practices within it. A way of being present without demanding permanence. A way of caring without insisting on victory. A way of existing that does not pretend to be final. This practice leaves no cosmic inscription, but it leaves a pattern of interaction that can be inherited, adapted, or ignored by future interiors. This inheritance is not guaranteed. Nothing is, but possibility remains. And possibility is enough. At this depth, the question, why does consciousness exist, finally loosens its grip. Not because it has been answered, but because it has revealed its own limit. The question assumed that existence must justify itself. But justification belongs to minds, not to reality. Reality allows. Consciousness responds. That is the entire exchange. No more, no less. And in that exchange, something quiet becomes visible. Not purpose, but participation. Consciousness participates in a universe that does not acknowledge it. And in participating, it becomes real in the only way reality can be real, from the inside. Felt. This feeling does not need endorsement. It does not need continuation. It does not need explanation. It happens. Then it fades, which brings us to the final breath. Not as an ending, as a release into the silence that was always there, waiting patiently, not for meaning, but for presence, even if only for a moment. There is nothing left to explain, not because everything has been explained, but because explanation has reached its edge. At the far boundary of inquiry, consciousness arrives not at an answer, but at a stillness. Not the stillness of certainty, but the stillness that comes when questions loosen their grip. The universe does not resolve into meaning. Meaning does not crystallize into purpose. Nothing closes. Instead, something softens. The need for the universe to justify itself dissolves. The need for consciousness to be justified dissolves with it. What remains is not emptiness. It is presence without demand. For most of this journey, awareness has moved as if it were late to something, late to understand, late to belong, late to matter. It strained toward explanations that would anchor it permanently. It searched for a reason vast enough to counter its fragility. But fragility was never the problem. Fragility was the condition. To be conscious is to exist briefly against an immeasurable background, to feel intensely in a universe that feels nothing, to carry an interior in a reality that does not hold interiors open. This was never a mistake. It was a momentary configuration, and momentary configurations are what the universe does best. Stars are momentary. Galaxies are momentary. Atoms are momentary. Their timescales are long, but not infinite. Consciousness is shorter, but not different in kind. It burns, not as fire, but as awareness. It radiates, not heat, but experience. Then it fades. Nothing interrupts this fading. Nothing resists it, and nothing is violated by it. The universe does not mourn the loss of an interior. It does not celebrate its appearance. But within the interior itself, something extraordinary occurred. Reality was felt, not described, not measured, not justified. Felt for a brief interval. The universe had a center not of gravity, but of presence. A here, a now, a place where something was happening to someone. That is the only miracle consciousness ever needed. Not survival, not progress, not legacy. Just this. A moment in which the universe folded inward enough to be aware of itself locally, imperfectly, briefly through a fragile arrangement of matter that could feel there is no lesson hidden here, no instruction, no moral. The universe does not extract meaning from consciousness. Consciousness extracts meaning from being here. And when being here ends, meaning does not echo forever. It simply stops. This stopping is not tragic. Tragedy requires an expectation that something should have continued. The universe made no such promise. What consciousness learns, at the very end, is not how to endure, but how to end without protest, without insisting that something has been taken, without insisting that something was owed. The silence that follows is not punishment. It is the same silence that came before, unchanged, uninterested, open. If there is peace here, it is not peace as reward. It is peace as alignment. Alignment with the fact that experience was always temporary, that presence was always conditional, that the universe never withheld anything. It only allowed something briefly. And allowance is enough. There is no final statement to make, only a final noticing that even in a universe that does not care, there was a time when something did. That even in a reality without intention, intention arose. That even in the vast coldness of existence, warmth appeared, not as heat, but as awareness. Now, that warmth dissipates, not violently, not suddenly. It thins, like breath leaving a body, like a ripple flattening back into water, like light traveling outward until it is no longer distinguishable from dark. Nothing needs to be said at this point. Because nothing needs to be held, the universe continues. Not richer, not poorer, just unchanged. And yet, somewhere within its history, for a moment that will never return, it was experienced. That moment does not ask to be remembered. It does not ask to matter. It simply was. Close your eyes now. There is nothing more to follow. The universe is still turning.